Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a wash basin. The surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance, it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary goo worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this goo to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Fang Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third inner city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a goo worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead goo worms. Especially after the demonic goo master Wei Shenjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shenjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks. Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some goo masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun. Or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some goo masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was, this was third inner city. Most of the goo masters here were rank 3 goo masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks, to them, was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den with people coming and going, there would be some goo masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But, how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary goo worm in this counter? Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap, like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The goo masters who came here would all focus their attention on these primeval stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day, a goo master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this goo master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move. Many goo masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone, but there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning, but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The goo master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the goo master bought this stone and cut it open in front of everyone. Then the legendary goo appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Fang Yuan's previous life. And now this dramatic event had not happened yet. This star stone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet. And Fang Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. "Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones? A shop assistant walked over. He saw Fang Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, more or less. If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. No. Easy to trick. The shop assistant's smile became brighter. Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guest. Go ahead. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created? The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Fang Yuan to reply, he answered himself. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence. Thus he created many new gu worms that do not exist in nature. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some gu worms are heavily injured or do not have food. They can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the gu worm, and are affected by the law fragments in the gu worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them, and this is the stubborn stone you see now. Fang Yuan nodded, walking as he answered, yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones. The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more gu masters there were. Many gu masters were picking stones or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance. Customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone. Customer, the place you were at just now was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there? Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type gu. These gu contain the laws of the movement of the stars. Thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type gu, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart gu. Thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart. Or the star arrow bone. The stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor gu. The stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having gu worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a gu inside, and the higher the rank of the gu worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher. Yes, that is true. Fang Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone, our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized gu worms for dissecting rocks. The method of dissecting rocks also needs to be chosen appropriately. For example, to dissect stellar stones, it is best to use magnetism. To dissect old man's rocks, use acid. If the stubborn stones have gu, they are extremely weak. Choosing an inappropriate method can easily cause a fatal blow to the gu. By then it will be too late to regret. Customer, if you choose a rock in the high grade or special grade area, our shop will dissect it for you for free. If it is in the middle grade or low grade area, you will have to pay additional fees. As for the mixed grade area, I do not recommend customer to hire a rock dissecting master. Normally, the cost of hiring a master is several times higher than the cost of buying the rock. Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan's caravan came, Fang Yuan had dissected the purple gold rock himself. But his method could be said to be a violent dissection. Fortunately, the purple gold rock was relatively soft, the mudskin toad's tenacious vitality, and of course Fang Yuan's rich experience. The violent dissection method could not be used widely as it could kill the living goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need the help of this shop's rock dissection master. After strolling around, Fang Yuan finally casually chose a few rocks in the low-grade area. There were old man stones, cart-pushing stones, and stellar stones. The shop assistant could not help but be disappointed, but with his glib tongue, he tried his best to persuade Fang Yuan to buy a few higher-grade ones. But how could Fang Yuan fall for his trick? After spending so much effort, this was the result. The shop assistant's voice became weak. "Customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token or above, there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me." But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "Purple thorn token? Oh my god." Chapter 282. The purple thorn token was in Fang Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Fang Yuan, he immediately bowed. "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop." Fang Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked. "I've gambled some small stones, I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant, his gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, and you actually asked him to choose these goo?" The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones. Those who have the purple thorn token can open stones for free in all the gambling dens. As for these stones, there is a discount, only 650 yuan stone. I know the rules of the gambling den, first pay then open the stones." Fang Yuan nodded, taking out the corresponding amount of yuan stone from the primeval elder goo. The shopkeeper quickly took the yuan stone and immediately called the shop assistant. "Quickly go and invite Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma out." He then turned to Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, the stone opening platform is inside the den, please move aside." The 5 stone-cutting masters were resting in the small courtyard behind the gambling den. At their level, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause them to make a move. And some young goo masters, mostly their apprentices, were in charge of opening the stones normally. The shop assistant ran to the small courtyard and stated his purpose. "Oh, inviting us 4 old fellows out?" The 5 old masters' eyes brightened. Could it be that someone bought those special great stubborn stones? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The shop assistant shook his head. "It's just some low-grade rocks." The expressions of the old masters immediately changed, revealing a displeased look. The division master snorted coldly. Asking them to remove the inferior stones was simply an insult, and it was a belittling of their status. But the shop assistant immediately said, "The visitor is a distinguished guest with a redbud token. The shopkeeper specially asked me to invite the 5 of you." "What? Redbud token? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? For thousands of years, Shang clan has only given out a few hundred purple thorn tokens. There's actually a redbud token owner? Quick, quick, quick. What are you waiting for?" The 5 old masters hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard and onto the workbench. On the workbench, the young stonecutters were shocked and hurriedly greeted him. The old masters waved their hands and chased the younger generation off the stage. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Many gazes were directed at him. People whispered to each other and could not help but feel curious. What's going on? It's rare to see the 5 old masters of the 5 masters coming out together. Could it be that someone bought a batch of special grade stubborn stones? Fang Yuan, accompanied by the shopkeeper, had already arrived in front of the workbench where the rocks were being cut in public. But he did not move forward and kept a low profile, only watching from afar. But the 5 old masters were old and experienced. Their gazes swept around and saw that the shopkeeper was like a little attendant following beside a young man. How could they not know Fang Yuan's identity? But Fang Yuan only watched from afar and did not walk forward. The 5 old masters could not help but guess. It seems this young master does not want to be known. This was also normal. Many people were like this before they dissected the stones. Losing the bet would cause them to lose face. Looks like I have to perform well this time and strive to leave a deep impression on this esteemed guest. It would be best if I can establish a relationship with him. The 5 old masters were secretly calculating, rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The stones that Fang Yuan chose were given priority by the shop assistant. When the surrounding people saw these stones, they were shocked. What? These are all low-grade stones. Am I seeing things, these lousy stones? Cutting the inferior stones for the old masters? This is simply an insult to them. But a scene that made them stare in shock happened. The 5 old masters held these inferior stones with both hands and carefully placed them on the stone table in front of them. Their expressions were extremely serious and solemn. Then they summoned their goo worms and started to dissect the stones in front of everyone. Most of the 5 old masters were rank 2 peak stage, only the division master was rank 3. For a moment, all kinds of goo worms appeared, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Don't tell me these stones have a great origin and are not as simple as they seem? I have never seen such serious expressions from the 5 old masters. On the stage, goo worms flew around as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. The division master had the highest cultivation and was the stone dissecting master of the gambling den. He was proficient in acid dissecting stones. First he took out a large bowl and summoned a snake goo to spit out green acid. Then he carefully placed the stones in the acid. Bubbles kept popping up. After a long while, his hands were covered in a layer of light and he took out the shrunken stone. Then he placed it in another acid. Master Zhang used the magnetism dissecting method. His palms faced each other. The stones floated in the air between his palms. Tiny stone chips were constantly being sucked out by the power of the magnetism. There were also other masters. Some summoned toad goo and used the toad's tongue to lick the stones. Some used fire to roast, while some controlled a small whirlwind to cut the stones. A group of young stonecutters stood behind the old masters, dumbfounded. Why was there a need to make such a big fuss about these inferior stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow, there wasn't even a single dead goo in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any goo worms, he would be extremely happy. But now he wished he could stuff a few goo worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Fang Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Fang Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today, I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Fang Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Only when Fang Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Fang Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly, he had to go through some trouble. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain that goo, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized goo worms, the expenditure was huge, thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate, and would make people suspicious. If Fang Yuan got a legendary goo right from the start, his luck would be too good. Fang Yuan did not doubt Shang clan's enormous power. Shang Yanfei had just investigated him, he must have known that Fang Yuan got the Mudskin Toad in Jia Clan's caravan. If Fang Yuan gambled twice, once he got the Mudskin Toad and the other time he got the legendary goo. Shang Yanfei was an astute person, how could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits, If Shang Yanfei suspected that Fang Yuan had a method to detect if there was a goo in the stone, he would definitely be moved and even make a move. Fang Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his goo worms. Especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 goo masters. Almost all overlord-level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. Once goo masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if spring-autumn cicada was exposed, these rank 6 goo masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Fang Yuan was a cautious person. How could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose spring-autumn cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary goo being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Fang Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion, and the threat of spring-autumn cicada being exposed. For the next few days I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Fang Yuan thought along the way as he walked back to Nanqiu Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Fengyu building. "I was waiting for you." Saying so, she handed the ice crystal goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it, and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the goo. This was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo, and walked into the secret room to refine it. Fang Yuan also walked into another secret room and started refining a type of goo. Chapter 283. In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine goo. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the goo refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed, summoning a goo. This goo was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul smell and had no attack power. Don't think that this goo's effect was strong, but it was widely used as a goo refinement material. Fang Yuan silently injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to slowly expand and float in the air. At the same time he opened a mud jar in front of him. Immediately a rotten stench spread out. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud. It was black and sticky. This mud was also a widely used goo refinement material. Rice bag grass go. Fang Yuan willed and shot out a seed from his aperture. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as the primeval sea level in his aperture decreased, dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. The vines continued to extend out of the mud jar, and after covering an area of 2 feet, they grew branches and large leaves grew. These green leaves were plump like buckets. They were small at first but quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. Fang Yuan peeled off the top of these leaves, revealing the pure white rice grains inside. But Fang Yuan did not use them, instead pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. Next he slowly released the smelly fart goo, multitasking, activating the smelly fart goo and the rice bag grass at the same time. The smelly fart goo emitted an orange light, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag grass. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake before finally stopping and a new goo flew out. Its entire body was yellowish-brown and looked like mud. It gave off a faint stench like a pile of shit. Don't look at its ugly appearance it can make. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it could cause diarrhea. Don't look at it but it can make people vomit. Goo Fang Yuan's goo. There were millions of goo worms like people of all shapes and sizes. There was the holy and elegant heavenly essence treasure lotus, the philosophical and zen spring-autumn cicada, the evil and ghostly blood skull goo, and of course there were also disgusting-looking, smelling and touching poop goo, smelly fart goo, etc. It was only the smelly fart. Goo. Goo goo goo. Goo goo Fang it refined it goo goo. And it was. Fang Yuan then took out the great strength goo and bought it from the shop. This goo could double the goo master's strength in 50 breaths of time. Fang Yuan used the great strength goo and the poop goo to refine the great strength poop goo. Great strength poop goo was a rank 3 goo, its effect was the same as the poop goo, but its effect was 3 times stronger. The great strength poop goo was not as popular as the poop goo. The higher the rank of the goo, the better. Rank 3 goo ate much more than rank 1 goo. Although the great strength poop goo's effect was strong, using the poop goo a few times could achieve the same effect. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop goo, causing people to die from diarrhea. With the great strength poop goo, it was the second step. Next, Fang Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, it could turn into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's head, emitting a lion's roar. It was usually used to send a signal to attract or scare away wild beasts. If used well in battle, it could cause enemy goo masters to panic. Fang Yuan activated the lion roar goo and the great strength poop goo at the same time. Thus, such a scene appeared in the air. The lion head phantom opened its mouth and started to swallow the great strength poop goo. But after eating a third of the goo, the lion roar goo could no longer continue, and the lion head phantom even showed signs of collapsing. Thus, Fang Yuan willed and took out a paper crane goo he bought from a shop. This goo had light blue, dark green, pink and other colors, and was used to send messages. The light blue paper crane goo flew towards the lion roar goo, and was swallowed by the lion head phantom. Multitasking. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. Ordinary goo masters who could multitask were already very amazing. But those who could multitask were few in number. This was a powerful talent that allowed a goo master to become a refinement master. Ordinary goo refinement masters would need to use other supplementary goo worms to be able to multitask. Fang Yuan activated the lion roar goo, great strength poop goo and paper crane goo at the same time, using his own strength. But to him this was not a talent, but the accumulation of experience. Practice makes perfect for anything. Fang Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, and trained hard for hundreds of years. From multitasking to multitasking to multitasking to multitasking and even to multitasking. Of course, if he continued, he would need to use supplementary goo worms. After the lion head phantom swallowed the paper crane goo, the light no longer dissipated, and condensed back to its original state. Fang Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great strength poop goo. After swallowing another third, the lion head phantom reverted to its old state, and was in danger of dissipating. Fang Yuan did not panic, he calmly took out the second dark green paper crane goo. Like this, when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength poop goo, it became unstable again. Fang Yuan used the third pink paper crane goo. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size, and started to let out light blue, dark green and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice, "Eat shit, eat shit." The voice reverberated in the secret room, causing a buzzing sound in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. This was a specialized secret room with strong defense, isolating the inside from the outside. He was overjoyed. This goo was finally refined. This was the breaking words goo. But this breaking words goo could only exist for 10 breaths of time. Once the time was up, it would automatically die. Fang Yuan did not dare to be slow. He activated the breaking words goo to his side. Under the illumination of the light blue, dark green and pink lights, Fang Yuan's entire body started to emit a dark purple smoke. "Eat shit, eat shit." The smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. After 2 breaths of time, the smoke condensed into 2 poison vow goo phantoms. Fang Yuan willed, and the lion head phantom opened its mouth, swallowing one. As it chewed, the poison vow goo let out a sharp cry of unwillingness before stopping. The lion head phantom opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison vow goo. After chewing, the poison vow goo was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fang Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a 3-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fang Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. "Poison vow goo? Eee, trying to bind me with a poison vow, how naive." But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words goo appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief, and after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper goo and replaced the poison vow goo. Even the going one's word goo could not break it. But without the breaking words goo, 100 years later, confusion black and white goo appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper goo. Poison vow goo, breaking words goo, black and white paper goo, confusion black and white goo, These were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this there was, and after this there would still be. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was 500 years ahead of the entire world. It was not difficult to break the poison Valgu. Once the poison Valgu's binding was gone, Fang Yuan felt relaxed. Even better, he only removed the binding on his side, while Shang Yizi and Bai Ningbing still had the poison Valgu's power. This way, against the two of them, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Shang Yizi is a petty person. I took advantage of him. He will definitely take revenge. But I already have a plan. I will let him jump around for a while. As for Bai Ningbing, she is already in my grasp. I can make use of her in the short term. I am not in a hurry to fall out with her. These days I have split half of my Yuan stone. I have bought many gu, spending tens of thousands of Yuan stone. Adding on the banquet, Nanxiu Gardens rent, gambling dens fees, gu worm food and so on, I only have 420,000 Yuan stone left. If one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought of this. He wanted to gather a set of gu worms. This amount of money seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. Ordinary rank 1 gu worms had a market price of around 500 Yuan stone. Rank 2 gu worms range from 500 to 1,000 Yuan stone. Rank 3 gu worms range from 1,000 Yuan stone to 10,000 Yuan stone. Rank 4 gu worms range from 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 5 gu worms range from 100,000 to a million. Rank 6 gu worms had never been sold before. The above prices were only for ordinary gu worms. Some rare gu like liquor worm, although it was a rank 1 gu, had the price of a rank 2 gu. And relic gu's price was even more ridiculous. Green copper relic gu's price was around 2,000 Yuan stone. Red steel relic gu rose to 8,000, silver relic gu rose to 50,000, and yellow gold relic gu neared 300,000. Fang Yuan only had 420,000 Yuan stone. He could not afford 2 yellow gold relic gu. Relic gu were natural gu. They could not be refined by gu masters. Most of the time money could not buy them. I need to rest in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. 420,000 won't even be enough for 1 year of cultivation. Gu master cultivation relies on large amounts of resources. The higher the realm, the more money they need. I will need to spend even more money in the gambling den. There is a need to find a way to earn money. Shang Clan City was bustling, the competition was intense, but there were opportunities everywhere. As long as you have the ability, earning money was easy. Without ability you would be eliminated. This was another world of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fang Yuan combined his previous life's experience and his current life's understanding. He had already made up his mind on earning money. Chapter 284. Wei Yang felt vexed. He had been having a headache these days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang and Bai, but under Wei Yang's indirect questioning, Fang and Bai did not show the slightest bit of interest. This was normal. Youngsters were hot-blooded and full of ideals. They did not want to depend on others and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand. Wasn't he like this in the past? Thus he did not directly invite Fang and Bai. To put it bluntly, and be rejected by Fang and Bai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless. He had already formulated a plan to make Fang and Bai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes for matters like recruitment. Both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fang and Bai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them and win openly and openly. He was very confident in this. What do gu masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous gu masters are easy to deal with, but demonic gu masters, Wei Yang was once a demonic gu master. He had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic gu masters. Gu masters' cultivation could not be separated from Yuan stone, gu worms and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the gu masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, gu masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes they would not even be able to satisfy their own needs. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3 he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar. The more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan, could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shang Yanfei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fang and Bai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shang clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fangjing take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fang Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength? In Shang Clan City's battle stage, among the demonic Gu masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a Gu master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fang Yuan and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fang Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fang Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion. Today he came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get Yuan stone. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone you can get. Second, you can get Gu worms. There is a rule in the battle stage: the winner can choose a Gu from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time test the power of your Gu worms. That way you can adjust accordingly. Fang Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fang Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fang Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about, the bustling noises entered Fang Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th Inner City soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th Inner City is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Dahan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop Gu. He is almost crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start. Let's go watch. These two are using strength path. It is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Xiaoda and Xiao Er. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself. He led the way for Fang Yuan as he said, "You need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. In 4th Inner City's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City." What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels. The lowest level is in 5th Inner City, the middle level is in 4th Inner City, and the highest level is in 3rd Inner City. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage. You have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th Inner City's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious. With my estimation of your battle strength, you will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy. Gu masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage, some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by two Gu masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is the special reception area, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the two quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway there was another hall with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Guyue Fangjing's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information gu. This gu was like a vine with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 gu, it recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This gu was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents, only Shang Clan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information gu was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shang Clan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses, there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply, Shang Clan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it, are you interested in a battle today to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area. The receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m., the location is at the 5th battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man. How high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage. This was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was a good sign. Fang Yuan walked in. The 5th battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fang Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang, who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay Yuan stone. Fang Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent, Tang Qing, had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang. A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. I am Tang Qing. The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now? Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Chapter 285. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing towards Tang Qing. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. Tang Qing's vision darkened, and before he could react, Fang Yuan's fist landed on his chest. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The wind blew past his ears and his vision rapidly retreated. His whole body was sent flying by Fang Yuan's attack. Next, he landed on the ground and his vision spun around. For a moment, it was the grass field, and for a moment, it was the roof of the battle stage. He rubbed against the ground, rolling all the way. The grass was scraped off and soft black soil was thrown out. His whole body was covered in grass and black soil, the smell of grass juice, soil and blood mixed together, assaulting his nostrils. He laid on the ground, his gaze unfocused. Rolling all the way had caused his whole body to fall apart, and he could feel soreness all over his body. But these feelings, compared to the sharp pain in his chest, were simply like a drizzle. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The left side of his chest was forcefully reduced by 2 inches, his skin and flesh were split open, and his pale white ribs were exposed. It was clearly broken. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out as if it was free. Fang Yuan had great strength, and his sneak attack succeeded, causing Tang Qing to suffer heavy injuries. Tang Qing's eyes were wide open. After the shock, rage and hatred erupted in his heart like a volcano. This little bastard, despicable and shameless, sneak attacking me, heavily injuring me. I will kill him. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's shout resounded in Tang Qing's ears. Fang Yuan took a few steps, arriving in front of Tang Qing, and raised his leg, ruthlessly stomping on the center of Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blur and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Fang Yuan activated Canopy Gu, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor, the light causing his heart to tremble. He was actually a rank 3 Gu master. Fang Yuan had used breath concealment Gu earlier, and now that he was fighting he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. This caused Tang Qing to be terrified out of his wits. Such a young rank 3 Gu master? He subconsciously activated his defensive Gu, and immediately, a green wind revolved around his body. Fang Yuan's kick had been planned for a long time. He could have crushed Tang Qing's crotch. However, it was obstructed by the wind, and its strength was greatly reduced. Tang Qing opened his mouth wide, and his expression was extremely distorted as he let out an extremely shrill scream. Although he had put up some defense, it was still a heavy blow to his vitals. As if he had been electrocuted, he bounced up from the ground and subconsciously stretched out his arms to protect his crotch. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. He used all his strength in this punch. The wind howled. Bang! A fist shrouded in a layer of white light heavily struck Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to an abrupt end. He fell backward at an even faster speed, and the back of his head smashed into the ground. He was motionless and breathless. Critical strike. His entire nose bridge was smashed into his face, and his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. His skull was shattered in that instant. Blood flowed down, staining the soil and green grass around him. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and the scene seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths of time, gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Dead. Someone is dead. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 spectating Gu masters were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yang couldn't help but have a strange expression. In the battle stage, although there were many battles, there were not many deaths. Firstly, both sides had their own methods and could admit defeat if they could not win. Secondly, the Gu master in charge of the battle stage could make a move in time. Thirdly, both sides were usually more restrained. After all, they were all in the battle stage and often met each other. Although they fought for benefits, they would not really kill anyone. There were 2 reasons why Fang Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, Tang Qing had just come out of closed cultivation, and his sensitivity towards battle was greatly reduced. Normally, if he used his defensive Gu in time, he would not have ended up like this. Secondly, Fang Yuan's appearance was young and he used the breath concealment Gu to conceal his aura, causing Tang Qing's mind to relax. Then he suddenly launched a sneak attack, heavily injuring Tang Qing with his first attack, and the next 2 attacks were so fast that the Gu master in charge of the battle stage did not even have time to react before Tang Qing was killed. The Gu master who was in charge of the battle stage rushed over. But when he saw Tang Qing's sunken face and the blood and brain matter oozing out from the cracks in his skull, he could only give up on the idea of saving him. "Young man, you are too ruthless." He stared at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Although the battle was short, he saw everything clearly. Fang Yuan controlled the situation. He could have held back and let Tang Qing live, but he did not do so. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "It is just a life, what is there to be surprised about? According to the rules of the battle stage, I killed him, so everything on him is my loot, right?" The Gu master in charge of the battle stage snorted unhappily. "Everything on him is yours, but we have to take back the Vine information Gu. Young man, I have to remind you, you have no respect for life. This way of thinking is very dangerous." "I'm truly sorry." Wei Yang had an apologetic expression, walking over from behind. "This brother of mine has always been roaming outside. This is the first time he has come here to participate in the battle stage." That Gu master did not recognize Wei Yang, his face showing a trace of disgust. "Humph, you demonic Gu masters are like this, aggressive and bloodthirsty. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Give me your Vine information Gu." Fang Yuan took out the Vine information Gu, and the Gu master in charge changed the records inside, returning it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind entered, and saw that the 0 win count had become 1. He searched Tang Qing's corpse and obtained 4 Gu. 3 rank 2, 1 rank 1, all ordinary goo, the total value was about 2,000 yuan stone. Tang Qing's death was too sudden, he did not have time to self-detonate his goo worms. But he had just come out of closed cultivation, and only had 20 to 30 yuan stone on him. Brother Fangjing, try not to kill as much as possible in the future. After leaving the battle stage, Wei Yang advised Fang Yuan. Although in the battle stage there is no need to talk about life and death, but Wei Yang shook his head, there is no need to fight to the death every time. The battle stage can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small, you will meet stronger opponents. After all, we are all living in Shang Clan City, let's forgive and forget. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, but even if I let them off they might not let me off. I have met demonic goo masters before, and they attacked without saying a word. If you don't kill they will. My past experience tells me to kill if I can, otherwise I will not give them any chances. And because of this I can live until now. Wei Yang was speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fang Yuan in front of him the same as him in the past? Ruthless and distrustful, it was because he had no sense of security. Demonic goo masters had the least sense of security. Different from righteous goo masters had clans to rely on, clansmen to help them, they had stable resources, thus they had a sense of security and could trust each other. But demonic goo masters were lone cultivators, without the support of clans, they had to make their own yuan stone and food. Most of the time they did not know their next meal and could not even guarantee their survival. How could they feel safe? For their own survival they could only take the risk, killing and robbing. Demonic goo masters were weak, and did not dare to touch righteous goo masters, thus they stretched their demonic claws towards each other. This way it was a vicious cycle. Demonic goo masters could not trust each other, and would often attack the moment they met. They had no sense of security, thus their moves were even more ruthless. Wei Yang had turned from demonic to righteous. His rich experience gave him a deeper understanding of both the righteous and demonic paths. Why did the righteous path prosper while the demonic path was suppressed? It was because of this reason. Fang Yuan's ruthlessness was something Wei Yang could understand. Precisely because of this understanding he felt pity towards Fang Yuan. Although his cultivation is rank 3 and he is talented in battle, he is still a child. Looking at his fierce attacks, I can tell how much suffering he has suffered. Now that I think about it, if he showed mercy, wouldn't it be strange? He is merciless, just like other demonic goo masters. They all have this problem when they first participate in the battle stage. Wasn't I like this before? Forget it, as time passes he will slowly change. This kind of process is imperceptible and cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Wei Yang stopped persuading him and changed the topic, talking about the battle earlier. Brother Fangjing, you said earlier that you used many goo to modify your body and increase your strength. How many goo did you use? Since Brother Wei asked, I will tell you everything I know. I used a total of 3 goo, black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, and I bought a brown bear innate strength goo a few days ago. I am using it now. Fang Yuan smiled. Black and white boar goo gave you the strength of 2 boars, and crocodile strength goo gave you the strength of 1 crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a wild boar had charged into your opponent, what kind of injuries would it have caused? Wei Yang said in an enlightening tone. Fang Yuan already knew Wei Yang's intention and cooperated, saying, if that person did not have any defense, how could his mortal body withstand the charge of a wild boar? He would definitely have his back broken and stomach broken. It would be a tragic sight. Wei Yang's smile became wider. If that person's head was placed in the mouth of a crocodile, and it bit down, what would happen? He would definitely be bitten into a pulp, like a melon with a brittle skin. Fang Yuan answered. Wei Yang immediately asked, brother, you have the strength of 2 boars, the strength of 1 crocodile, and your own strength. Your first punch could only create a hole in your opponent's chest, breaking a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but it only cracked his skull. Tell me, why is that? This time, before Fang Yuan could reply, Wei Yang continued, punching and stomping can only display a portion of the human body's strength. Brother, although you have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, how much of it can you truly display? This is the greatest weakness of strength path cultivation. A person's strength is like a huge water vat filled with water, but in a real battle the amount of water used is only a small portion. Black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, brown bear innate strength goo, these goo can permanently increase strength and are all expensive goo. You invested so much money, but the result might not even be 1/10 of it. If you invested this money into other areas, it would no doubt be more effective. So Brother Wei said so much just to persuade me to give up on strength path. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as if he had just understood. I understand this, a human's body structure is different from a beast's, it is indeed hard to display their strength. But using Gu depends on the heart. I have heard that many strength path Gu masters can use beast phantoms, and display the full strength of Gu worms. There is indeed such a thing. Back then, when I was in the battle stage, I met many strength path Gu masters. Many of them are skilled in using Gu and can occasionally use beast phantoms in their attacks, displaying the full strength of the Gu. It is very threatening. But you do not know the number of such attacks is too low. Furthermore, the attack methods are very limited. Only certain moves can produce beast phantoms, and they can be easily dodged. Wei Yang continued to persuade patiently. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, thinking that this was the reason why he needed that legendary Gu. He said, "Big brother Wei, I appreciate your kindness. But strength path is my choice, I want to test it myself." "Sai, then you have to test it properly." Wei Yang sighed. Fang Yuan was so stubborn, he could not continue to persuade him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle stage. Wei Yang felt, the following facts will move Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan was going to live in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, he still had time. Wei Yang was not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his waist, standing beside Fang Yuan with a smile. "Brother Wei, why don't you pick a few rocks to play with? Maybe you can gamble something good. Today is my treat." Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. "Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenged you. To think that Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Brother Fangjing, you should be cautious. Tang Xiong purposely dropped from 4th Inner City to 5th Inner City for revenge. He is quite famous, being able to burst out with the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with great momentum." Even though he said so, his expression was not worried, but filled with anticipation. These days, Fang Yuan had won another battle stage, this was already his 3rd. Wei Yang hoped that this Tang Xiong could wake up Fang Yuan, and make him give up on strength path and change to a different path. Different situations call for different measures. What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Wei doesn't want to gamble, I will. I have already seen a few good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, picking a few rocks. The shopkeeper hurriedly instructed his workers, carefully taking down the rocks he picked. Fang Yuan was surprised, pointing at the foot of the counter. "This rock used as a footrest, it seems to be a stellar rock?" The shopkeeper was stunned, quickly smiling. "Esteemed customer, your eyes are truly sharp. This rock was placed here a few years ago. At that time, the foot of the counter was kicked by a gambler, so this lowly one conveniently took a square star stone and coincidentally used it as a cushion." Fang Yuan frowned. "Rocks are used to gamble, how can they be used as footrests? This is simply a treasure covered in dust. Let's choose the last one today." Yes, esteemed customer is right." The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, but inwardly he did not agree. The stellar rock's appearance was very important. It was best if it was in the shape of an arrow or a meteor. This rock was obviously a bad one, it was placed on the counter and nobody cared about it, so he placed it below to balance the counter. The workers worked together, pulling out the stellar rock from the foot of the counter, and sent it to the dissection table with the other rocks. On the dissection table, a few young dissection masters were dissecting a middle-aged Gu master's rock, their movements slow and meticulous. Wei Yang did not approve of Fang Yuan's dissection. Seeing his choice of rock, he shook his head inwardly. Even if he was not a stone gambler, he knew the importance of appearance. Fang Yuan's last rock was simply a blind choice. Even he could not stand it. No wonder Fang Yuan spent these days in the stone gambling area, spending Yuan stone without any gains. Even if he occasionally got some Gu, they would be rank 1 or 2 or even just corpse shells. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan's stone gambling was purely a waste of money. But he did not persuade him. The less Yuan stone Fang Yuan had, the more he had to rely on Shang Clan. This was something he was happy to see. Fang Yuan's heart surged, but his expression was calm, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the dissection table. These days he had been lingering around the gambling dens in the stone gambling area, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression on others. Although he had secretly restrained himself, gambling was like a bottomless abyss. In less than a month, he had spent close to 100,000 Yuan stone. But thinking of the legendary Gu he was about to obtain, not to mention 100,000, even 500,000 Yuan stone would be worth it. This legendary Gu worm, although only rank 3, had a unique effect and was already extinct. Very likely this was the last one in the world. Wei Yang frowned. Pay attention to the time, we have to rush to the battle stage later. Shopkeeper, can you dissect the rocks faster? Of course, of course. The shopkeeper naturally recognized Wei Yang, this external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection table and waved his hand, saying to the young dissecting masters, "Go, go, go." He chased these young dissecting masters to one side. "My rock!" that middle-aged Gu master screamed. Dissecting rocks was a meticulous job. With the shopkeeper's interference, the young masters were flustered, causing the middle-aged Gu master to break a few of his rocks. "Liran, don't scream. The Yuan stone you paid, we will return it to you," the shopkeeper shouted. That middle-aged Gu master had an unkempt beard. He stared and said indignantly, "What if there is a Gu in this rock?" The shopkeeper scoffed in disdain, waving his hand at the middle-aged Gu master. "Forget it, Liran. You've gambled for so many years, but you've always gambled on low-grade rocks. Have you ever gotten anything good? Don't make a fuss. If you continue, there will be no compensation." A big shop bullying its customers, looking down on others. "One day Liran, will make a name for myself," the middle-aged Gu master mumbled, his tone furious, but he did not make a fuss. Liran. This name evoked a certain memory in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It seems like this Liran was the one who got the legendary Gu. Of course, it could also be someone with the same name, but no matter what, Liran's chance to make a name for himself had been snatched away by Fang Yuan. The 5 old masters appeared one after another, and the dissection began. The young masters looked on speechlessly. These seniors were showing off their methods. There were many rocks that could be dissected with simple methods that consumed little primeval essence, but the old masters had to use their full strength, expending a lot of primeval essence. The steps were complicated, but they could only raise the success rate by a little. More than 10 rocks, mixed grade, low grade, middle grade, were quickly dissected by the old masters. "There's a Gu worm, it's Sword Shadow Gu. Rank 3 Sword Shadow Gu, this is rare. Live Gu, it's definitely a live Gu. Congratulations, esteemed customer." The old masters cupped their fists towards Fang Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fang Yuan had been dissecting rocks these days, but did not have any decent gains. This caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over with a joyful expression. "Esteemed customer, you've made a huge profit. Sword Shadow Gu can be sold for 32,000 Yuan stone. Esteemed customer, you only spent 8,000 Yuan stone to buy it." The surrounding people looked at Fang Yuan with envy. That Liran even pouted, muttering in a sour tone, "Humph, lucky bastard. Not bad, brother. Sword Shadow Gu is as famous as my Blade Light Gu. I suggest you don't sell it, keep it for your own use." Wei Yang also congratulated. This is called happiness comes after suffering. I told you my luck wouldn't be so bad." Fang Yuan laughed. "Brother Wei, after today's competition, I'll treat you to a drink. Let's celebrate." Wei Yang nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Fang Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword Shadow Gu was just an accident, it was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone after being dissected did not have any Gu. It was a completely solid, useless rock. How could this be? That legendary Gu, where did it go? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary Gu worm hidden in this star stone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe it was not this rock or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary Gu? The development of events was far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. The legendary Gu worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected Sword Shadow Gu simply could not make up for the primeval stones Fang Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary Gu, all my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary Gu, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the 3 kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Fang Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. "It is about time we should go to the battle zone." At this time Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 286. When Fang Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, his shoulders were wide and his waist was round, his arms were as thick as Fang Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. Little bastard, you're the one who killed my brother? Today I will bury you with him. Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Fang Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Fang Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Guyue Fangjing, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic Gu master who just came from outside. He doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed. Most of them did not think well of Fang Yuan. Wei Yang put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, ranked 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th inner city. To the current Fang Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang. A clear bell rang and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Fang Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted, he did not care. Bang bang bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong? He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Fang Yuan was still a teenager and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Fang Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Fang Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his? No wonder my brother died in his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Fang Yuan for the first time. Fang Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using brown bear innate strength Gu recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear Gu. Tang Xiong suddenly roared, the muscles on his body visibly expanded, his whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear Paw Gu. His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Fang Yuan. Before the bear paw hit Fang Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Fang Yuan was not afraid, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound. They were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally, his other palm also came. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam bam bam, the fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Fang Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit. Once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, Suddenly, a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb, he could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy goo and the white armor appeared again, but it was even more weak and transparent, its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times, it is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just one bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing, it was noisy. Once the Beast Phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the Beast Phantom. Moreover, the canopy goo is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the Beast Phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Goo's attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 goo. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement goo, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat they were too weak and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of goo worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the primeval essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious. He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B-grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though strength path goo masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's Blood Moonblade goo caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing goo was not outstanding and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. Just you wait, one day I will smash you into minced meat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that 4th inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that goo? It can form blood moonblades and cause wounds that bleed non-stop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time he will rise to 4th inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his 3rd victory and according to the rules, he took that grand bear goo from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable goo in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this goo was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears, his battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary goo was not in the stellar stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone but another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar stone, counter, gambling area, these factors combined together, there could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary goo, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now, it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary Gu, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances, one is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the third one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now, it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wuji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the number 1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the number 1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 Gu immortals had already transcended the mortal world, they were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left, if there is no other way I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought he was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary Gu, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others, thus he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage. 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded, the rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s, he had some fame. Rank 3 cultivation, he had charged into 3rd inner city battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years, he dropped back to 4th inner city. This was obviously not the case, the Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 cultivation, he had been in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th inner city battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shang Clan City, but the couple did not get along and had separated. Fang Yuan investigated secretly, and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Fang Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life, sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th inner city battle stage, fighting to obtain Yuan stones to make ends meet. Fang Yuan checked his battle record and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks he would use all of his Yuan stone, and for the next half a month he would have to borrow money from people, and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal he would go to the highest class restaurants and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary Gu in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary Gu? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while but vanishing after a while. Fang Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary Gu in his previous life, will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary Gu was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary Gu? Fang Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Fang Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission and would only come when Fang Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yang found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was why was the legendary Gu not in the Star Stone? This did not match the rumors. Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Fang Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague, even Fang Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this and Fang Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Fang Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years. If there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. But he only trusted himself, even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him. Fang Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate. The bone-flesh unity goo was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself and liked to do things by himself. Thus, he went to a shop. "Shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration goo?" Fang Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration goo was a rank 3 consumable goo. It could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing goo refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this goo. Once this goo was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration goo was priceless. If not for Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration goo, there was also immortal finger goo. But the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass goo. It was not available in the market. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration goo. This goo was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite. It swung its tail and swam around. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this goo immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right, this Li Ran's life is decadent. He has no control. It looks like a mess, but there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Fu Tai Xiang He. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the A flash of inspiration goo, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Fu Tai Xiang He restaurant. "Waiter, pay up." Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting, "Coming, Lord Li Ran, this is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change." Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. "Thank you, Lord, take care." Thud, thud, thud. Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. "The scenery here is too bad. I want to move to that table." According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. "No problem." The waiter laughed. "A gentleman likes to sit here." "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yen Brothel's red card, Lady in You?" "Hee, from that seat you can see Lady in Yu's room. If you are lucky you can even see her figure. Earlier that Lord Li Ran sat here every time to satisfy his craving. I reserved the seat for him every time. It only costs half a yuan stone each time." The waiter said sneakily. "Oh, is that so?" Fang Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window he could see Qin Yen Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yen Brothel had 8 floors. The leading lady, Lady in You, was a rank 2 goo master. Her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a goo master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth, he could not afford such a huge sum, but was he really here to peep at Lady in You? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Fang Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yen Brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative goo that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, he did not have such a goo. From this distance, even if Lady in You stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is... Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Fang Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Fang Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady and Yu there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange, if he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life without restraint, but the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly Fang Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Fang Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now, the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake, it originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name, his real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border, because it represented the #1 overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission: enter Shang clan's higher-ups. For this, he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shang clan city. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead, there is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long. So much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here he wore a mask, living for 8 years, pretending to be a wastrel, an ordinary bottom rungu master. Even to his wife, who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu clan once. It was always a one-way contact. He used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago the person he met told him the clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years it is finally used, everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage goo. This stone was Fangjing square, like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Fang Yuan were here, he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough, he still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shang clan city. That was why he was chosen by Shang clan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shang clan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural. It couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu clan leader, Empress Wu Ji, personally chose a goo worm for him. This was a goo that was filled with the colors of legends. Obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance in the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious goo. With this goo, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this goo? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu Clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient goo to be sealed in the stone. Demonic Goo Master Wei Xinjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task. He was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort. To make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den, and not his own, he purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years with people coming and going. No one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu Clan, and asked Wei Xinjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a goo master and had been scouting for half a year. He naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this goo, he would turn over a new leaf, and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang clan and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply. She was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon I will be used. I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot, choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But, the day after tomorrow I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage goo. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again and in a while fell into a deep sleep. This time he did not dream. When he woke up the next day, he felt great, full of energy and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief, he came to the battle stage. This time he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage goo master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest goo master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The goo in his hands were somewhat rotten. Their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched. They were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance. He acutely found a flaw in his opponent, and was about to attack. Suddenly he felt pain in his heart, his body stiffened. He was counterattacked by his opponent and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud goo. My flower bud goo. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside there are stellar stones. At the same time, in Li Ran's residence, the bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud goo. This goo was a rank 2 goo used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's goo, under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud goo contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook, he activated his primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud goo. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump 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 thump. His heartbeat accelerated, clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand, and felt a clear cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze. At the same time, the corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary goo is finally in my hands. He shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qingmao Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no goo in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today he is going to the battle stage to fight. Regardless of whether he hid his strength or not, according to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same, thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary goo is so important, it is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature he would not hide it in a storage goo. Because if he lost the battle, one of his goo worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting goo master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious. After retrieving the Vine information goo, he pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it, why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud goo? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud goo was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Fang Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually, there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud goo was destroyed, the second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad, it might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Shangclan City for 8 years, I know all the thieves here. To think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his temperament he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud goo in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was this was not his fault. He lived alone, to hide himself, he had no friends and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people. It was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Shangclan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Shangclan City there were all sorts of people, there were many goo masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud goo, he needed a rank 3 goo. But ordinary rank 3 goo masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud goo, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family, it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary goo was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the Star Stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. They won't do their best for a nobody like me. Maybe I should hire a Tai Klangu master? At this time, his eyes narrowed as he discovered a goo on the bedboard that was flipped open. Heart sound goo. This goo was ranked 2, greenish-black, about the size of a baby's thumb. It was like a snail, one end was big and the other small, and there were whorls on the surface. Heart sound goo is a set of 2 goo masters. It can allow 2 goo masters to communicate using their thoughts within 100 steps. Don't tell me, this was left behind by the thief for me? Li Ran's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and stuffed the heart sound goo into his ears like earplugs. Who are you? Li Ran injected his primeval essence and activated the heart sound goo, concentrating his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? Soon, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, as if he was struck by lightning. He stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Fang Yuan in his mind, "Fake name? What fake name? What do you mean?" As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart sound goo's effective range is only 100 steps. This mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart sound goo required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Fang Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy, I am only your partner. To express my sincerity we can meet. Me? Li Ran was stunned. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now, turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me, I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this, I will count to 5, you can think about it. 1. Fang Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud goo landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years, how could he have evidence? 2. Fang Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Fang Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives, then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Fang Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked, he cursed in his mind. Damn it, do you know how to count? It seems you have thought it through. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily, his hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street before turning left. After 50 steps, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again. Turn right, go to the 3rd fork, turn left. He can see my movements, he must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp, like an eagle. He looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around, this is not your usual style. TSK, after 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now, don't you agree? Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth, Fang Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Fang Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Fang Yuan said, in your vision you can only see a restaurant. Go to the 3rd floor of this restaurant, I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich, auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly. Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the 2nd floor. Wait, Fang Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind, what is it? Go downstairs and leave, Fang Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward. What's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a Xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few Xiaobing, Fang Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Fang Yuan's instructions and bought the Xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the 3rd floor, Fang Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the Xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy Xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the 3rd floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps and you'll see me, Fang Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed, turning around a pillar. He finally saw Fang Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Fang Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind, please. Li Ran did not speak. He walked to Fang Yuan and sat down, staring at Fang Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Fang Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Fang Yuan, a cunning middle-aged man or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound Gu was the same. One could not tell his age or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in 5th Inner City shone on Fang Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Fang Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Fang Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Fang Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Fang Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him. Who are you? Li Ran used heart sound Gu and asked. I said this is not important. Give me the cake. Fang Yuan used heart sound Gu to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry. Next, he used heart sound Gu. Do you know, I followed you a few times. I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious. Why don't you try it? Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting, Are you not afraid I will poison it? On the surface he smiled. It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his heart. Do you think I don't know what Gu you have? Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. He is trying to warn me. That's right, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus he is using this cake to warn me. Fang Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak. His gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. No need to pretend, I know the all-out effort Gu is sealed in here. What? Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Xinjing. It was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, the other party actually knew that the all-out effort Gu was sealed inside. Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort Gu. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other. The various sects have spies. This has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort Gu? That's right, I've been so cautious, so how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent. It's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world there are too many peculiar gu. Fang Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person. The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously he would think of Fang Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan caressed the starstone and waited for a while, feeling that it was about time. He transmitted, "I want the all-out effort gu." Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Fang Yuan's deep meaning. "But I know if I take away this gu, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation." Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Fang Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort gu, he would become enemies with this force. This starstone was like the bait on the hook. Fang Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. "You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke! On what basis?" "On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you, on the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you, on the basis that I am the same as you, I have people I want to protect," Fang Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind as he looked out of the window. At the same time he said, "I heard that shop's tofu tastes good." Li Ran squinted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He shouted in his mind, "Are you threatening me?" Fang Yuan shook his head. His eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. "Are you still not clear of your situation?" Fang Yuan said in his mind. "People like us, sandwiched between two forces, our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts. We might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it. For the sake of our family, we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us?" Li Ran's heart trembled and he looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. "Are you also a spy?" Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. "What do you think?" Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Fang Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Fang Yuan's emotions were fake, because this young man's age was limited. How could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long, he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Fang Yuan. They were all in the same boat, there was no need to know each other. Fang Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, "Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shang Clan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations." Li Ran clenched his fists. Fang Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan, it had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Fang Yuan continued, "If you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old, he will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder, that is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shang clan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy." Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long. If he thought too much, the pressure would be too great, he would lose the courage to continue. "That is why you need allies, brother Li Ran." Fang Yuan continued, "You will not betray the clan, I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family. Only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shang clan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate." After a short pause, Fang Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fang Yuan said it so straightforwardly, it showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family and finally his own life. Fang Yuan's suggestion satisfied all three of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces? It is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request? If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fang Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Fang Yuan he had already been exposed. If Fang Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated, one of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff. With enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while, he used heart sound gu. How can I trust you? Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Fang Yuan took out the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort gu in Lan Chao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort gu? That is an extinct ancient gu. It can summon beast phantoms with 100% success rate. You only found out now? I know much more than you. This lucky bastard is called Guyue Fangjing. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has a purple thorn token. Actually, the all-out effort gu did not belong to him. A gu master called Li Ran chose it, but he bumped into Guyue Fangjing while walking. Guyue Fangjing made things difficult for him, and took 3 rocks as compensation. And that all-out effort gu was among them. Sigh, this Li Ran is really unlucky. The all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate. Lan Chao gambling den. No, I have to go take a look. Chapter 291. This is the all-out effort gu? In the secret room, Wei Yang looked at the gu in his hand, sighing as his eyes shined with a strange light. All-out effort gu shaped like a horned beetle. Right now, it was quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm, occupying his entire palm with a heavy weight. It was oval in shape with an armored shell, its spine arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, emitting a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this gu was not an ordinary object. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom and you will be able to move as you wish. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yang, replying. Wei Yang sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort gu to Fang Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fangjing, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yang sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Fang Yuan obtained this all-out effort gu. He knew that Fang Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother. You obtained the all-out effort gu, it will be of great help to you. All-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Fang Yuan said seriously, I don't dare, please advise me, brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort gu is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 gu now, in the future you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital gu, the fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort gu is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of gu worms will face the danger of collapsing. So, my first suggestion for you is to change your vital gu. Shang Clan can help you in this aspect. To match gu worms, just one core is far from enough, we need several main fulcrums. In this aspect you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort gu's value would not be displayed. Actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent and there were many gu worms that matched the all-out effort gu. But now, most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your gu worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era, you have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort gu, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. At this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the Strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you, my old brother. With that, Wei Yang took the initiative to leave. Fang Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort Gu's refinement recipe. He had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu clan provided Li Ran with the all-out effort Gu, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort Gu into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what Gu worm to pair with the all-out effort Gu as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort Gu as the core, with self-reliance Gu and bitter strength Gu as the fulcrum. Together with all the other Gu, this Gu set would be its small success. But to reach large success, I will need the 3 kings' inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shang Clan City, he would gather a set of Gu worms and reach small success. When the 3 kings' inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his Gu worms, and reach large success in this Gu set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well because after the 3 kings' inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Tian Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first, Vital Gu. Fang Yuan's Vital Gu was the spring-autumn cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort Gu would be difficult. Using Gu was risky and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort Gu during the refinement, his set of Gu worms would lose its most basic support like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort Gu was not his Vital Gu, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the land of invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in central continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles Gu, used during Gu refinement, it had a 100% chance of success. The third was also a Gu called Remaining Green Mountain. As long as there is life there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body, can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this Gu could protect the core Gu. Even if the fusion failed and the other Gu were destroyed, the all-out effort Gu would still be there. The land of invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles Gu was an extremely precious rank 5 Gu in the olden antiquity era, and now it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 Gu, it was hard to obtain but there was a trace of hope. In the 3 kings' inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. If I take it, the all-out effort Gu can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods. Now it is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort Gu earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of Yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort Gu was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanqiu Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he gambled the all-out effort Gu, rumors flew everywhere in Shang Clan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. His identity was special, no one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards. A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan, and borrow the all-out effort Gu for research. The Gu worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous Gu masters. There were all kinds of names hoping to fight with Fang Yuan or exchange Gu with Fang Yuan and so on. The largest portion were Gu masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort Gu from Fang Yuan at a high price. Fang Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of Gu masters ran over eagerly. Fang Yuan met them in the hall. I am not selling the all-out effort Gu, I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions. These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm, they could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the Gu worms were in place. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. Gu worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the primeval elder Gu was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Fang Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Fang Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Guo Fangjing, you stole my opportunity, you are despicable. Today I will take back what is rightfully mine." Who asked you to bump into me? I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me Yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Fang Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting, "Fangjing, you evil tyrant, I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, waiting for him to get close. He willed. Vertical crash Gu. Whoosh. The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur before Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. "Oh no!" Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort Gu earlier? That Li Ran is too weak, he is not Fangjing's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming. Chapter 292. Fang Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent before clamoring. "What is going on? He is not fighting anymore? We spent Yuan stone to come here to see the all-out effort Gu. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again." The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight. Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I'm not surprised that he did this. Clang. A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Fang Yuan. "Fangjing, don't leave." Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Fang Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. "What are you trying to do?" Everyone's footsteps slowed down. "Fangjing, I am indebted to you, but you injured me, you are repaying kindness with enmity, you have to compensate me." Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him, but got injured. How could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry, it was normal. Now he was still pestering Fang Yuan, that was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. "I injured your head too, right?" Many people laughed loudly. But Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Fangjing, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Shang Xinci gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fangjing, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort gu? No. I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it, you owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? Humph, that's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ningbing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort gu, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort gu to others. What do you think I should do? Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ningbing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort gu might be a rank 3 gu, but it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is one of a kind now. Its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said. Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot sigh. How can you make such a request? How shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. 100,000 yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval elder gu, taking out all the yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of yuan stones appeared. This is 80,000 yuan stone, I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you. What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort gu with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fangjing is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort gu, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news spread rapidly in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanqiu Garden. You really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Of course. Fang Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fang Yuan put on a show and told Fang Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered, spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it? Fang Yuan chuckled, haven't you heard of the story of reputation gu? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. What are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge, it can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage, it is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation, this is the cheapest deal in the world, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, thinking of his foresight gu, she believed him for the time being. The story of reputation gu originated from Renzu's legends. Verdant Great Sun once drank too much, and when he woke up, his head hurt, forgetting everything that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why, but he was trapped on a lone peak. Around the lone peak, there was an abyss that was thousands of feet wide. The abyss was filled with whirlpool-like winds, lumps of wind were pale green, this was ordinary wind. The wind blew the dust, it was dark yellow mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank. because he recognized that this was an ordinary abyss. No living being had ever been able to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone peak, unable to leave. He would starve to death sooner or later. Fortunately, there was a dense forest on the lone peak. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, so he came to this forest to find wild fruits to appease his hunger. But this forest was very strange. The black soil was like a swamp, giving off an aura of death. Every tree did not have any leaves, and their thin branches were like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of rustling leaves. Verdant Great Sun could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing that he did not have long to live. A few days passed, his limbs were weak from hunger, and he could only lean on a tree lying on the ground. He gradually fainted. In his stupor, he heard many voices talking. "Hey, look, this person finally fainted. Just as I expected, he's done for. Actually, ordinary abyss can be left, we just need to get reputation goo." Reputation goo is at the center of Whisper Forest, suppressed by a rock. Unfortunately, he does not know. Shoo, let's talk softly, it would be bad if he hears us. It's fine. He has already fainted. Not long later, he will be buried by the black soil, turning into nutrients to nourish our trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. It turned out that this forest was the Whispering Forest. The rustling of leaves he had heard before was the sound of whispers in the forest. According to the information he had heard, Verdant Great Sun walked to the center of the forest, moved the rock, and obtained reputation goo. Reputation goo was like a chrysanthemum. Its petals were golden and dazzling, emitting a smell that was both fragrant and smelly. Reputation goo said to Verdant Great Sun, "Young man, thank you for moving the rock and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you cross ordinary abyss." Reputation goo told Verdant Great Sun how to use himself. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. He went to ordinary abyss and stuffed reputation goo into his mouth, and shouted with all his strength. What was strange was that no matter how hard he shouted, there was no sound. However, the ordinary abyss was shaken to the point where it continuously shook, the disturbance simply as if mountains were collapsing and earth splitting. The air was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Verdant Great Sun was not suspicious because he knew from reputation goo. Reputation itself was silent, but it could spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. Following his shout, a golden bridge appeared in the air. But the golden bridge had a limit, there was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great Sun was too hungry, he was too tired, he tried several times, but the effect kept decreasing, there was no hope of saving himself. The reputation goo heaved a sigh. "Sigh, you have not eaten for a long time, although you have qi in your stomach, the quantity is small. From your stomach it has to pass through your stomach, chest, throat and finally exit. The journey is too long. We need to reduce the distance, this way you can press me between your two butts." Verdant Great Sun did as he was told. Reputation goo landed near his lower body, turning into a chrysanthemum hole. "Alright, you can adjust your qi now and shout again," Reputation goo said. Verdant Great Sun then transferred a gust of qi and expelled it from his body through this hole. Puff. In a daze, Verdant Great Sun seemed to hear a muffled sound. The air was filled with an unbearable stench, but that golden bridge became majestic, spanning over 1,000 feet, reaching the other side of the shore. A bad reputation was always easier and more stable than a good one. Verdant Great Sun quickly stepped on the bridge, crossing ordinary abyss and successfully saving himself. Chapter 293. 8 days later. Nanshio Garden. In the small square, the starstone tiles were laid out, the view was clear and the stars were shining brightly. Fang Yuan stood at one end of the square with his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart and his eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. In front of him there were more than 10 stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a diameter of 6 meters, and they were black and hard. The stone pillars were spaced apart, almost covering the whole square. Huff, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly opening his eyes. Immediately, it was as if lightning flashed in the air. Charge. He took large strides and after a few steps he arrived in front of a stone pillar. His footsteps stopped, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching horizontally. Bam! With a muffled sound, the stone pillar shook, and a spherical crater was formed, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. Again. Fang Yuan held his breath, attacking with fists and palms. At the same time, flying kicks, elbows, knees, shoulders, every part of his body was turned into a sharp weapon. Bam, bam, bam. muffled sounds continued, the stone pillars shook continuously, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Fang Yuan did not stop in one breath, his attacks were like a torrential storm, endless and unending. In a moment, this stone pillar had shrunk to half its original size, like a small tree in a storm. Crack. Fang Yuan fiercely kicked horizontally, and with a crisp sound, the stone pillar that was already in danger finally could not endure anymore, breaking into two and falling to the ground. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his leg, breathing slightly hurried, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. These two broken stone pillars were already beyond recognition. The surface was full of potholes, the traces of Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. This is because I did not use all-out effort goo, normal attacks can't bring out the beast phantom. Swoosh. He let out a soft shout, took two large strides and suddenly rushed in front of the nearest stone pillar. His right hand turned into a palm, and heavily slammed towards the stone pillar. Ow! A shadow of a brown bear suddenly appeared in the air behind Fang Yuan. It had a plump body and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth. At the same time he raised his right palm and slapped, which was very similar to Fang Yuan's movements. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power in his right palm. Boom! Fang Yuan slammed into the stone pillar, causing a loud sound. The thick stone pillar, which even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around, was instantly broken. With a loud boom it fell to the ground. A shallow pit appeared on the floor. A rebounding force immediately transmitted towards Fang Yuan, shaking Fang Yuan's right palm to the point of numbness. After Fang Yuan bought the brown bear innate strength goo, he had been using it. Now that he had succeeded, he gained the strength of a bear. I had to strike that stone pillar dozens of times before I managed to destroy it. After using the all-out effort goo, he only needed one strike to break the stone pillar. Fang Yuan sensed the gap between them. All-out effort goo was not an attack-type goo, but a support-type goo. But once it was used, it had a miraculous effect. The difference between Fang Yuan's strength before and after was like heaven and earth. It was rare to use a support goo as the core. Most goo masters use support goo in their goo set, and were only the main support. For example, Wei Yang. Wei Yang used the movement goo rainbow light goo as the core, the offensive blade light goo as one support, and the support light source goo as the second support. The light source goo could greatly reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo. All-out effort goo could be used as a support goo, but it could be used as the core. From this aspect one could see its value. But, although the canopy goo's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were golden shield goo the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan thought. During the entire attack he had been using the canopy goo. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Fang Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons and blood were all mortal. If not for the canopy goo's protection, his bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, golden shield goo was not in stock yet. Fang Yuan was out of money. Initially he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then for the all-out effort goo he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging and feeding his goo worms were all very expensive in Shang Clan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now not only was Fang Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary, the most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran, and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Fang Yuan had used the going back on his words goo to get rid of the poison vow goo a few days ago. Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Shang Clan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus Fang Yuan did not kill him. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Fang Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort goo's refinement recipe from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used. This way Wu Clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Fang Yuan, they would attract Shang Clan's attention. Fang Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation with the all-out effort goo. His battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 Gu master. Mobilizing such a clan elder level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into vertical crash Gu. Vertical crash. The Gu worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. In a straight line he moved for more than 10 steps, knocking down 3 stone pillars. When it reached the 4th stone pillar, it kept shaking, but in the end it did not collapse. This was under the situation where Fang Yuan did not use the all-out effort Gu. Vertical crash Gu was a movement Gu that Fang Yuan bought. Its effect was to forcefully break through. If there were no obstructions, he charged forward for 50 steps before coming to a halt. If there was an obstruction, it would be less than 50 steps. This Gu was more suitable for Fang Yuan than jumping grass. The jumping ability of jumping grass came from the Gu worm itself. And vertical crash Gu's strength came from Fang Yuan himself. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength, the better the vertical crash Gu's ability to forcefully break through. During the battle with Li Ran, Fang Yuan activated Boar Phantom at the same time. It was a perfect combination, heavily injuring Li Ran at once. Horizontal charge. Fang Yuan activated another Gu, and his whole body charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, crashing into the stone pillar. This was horizontal charge Gu, similar to vertical crash Gu, but it charged horizontally. Fang Yuan sold the jumping grass, and bought horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu as his movement Gu. No doubt, these 2 Gu could exert strength while moving, and were very suitable for strength path Gu masters, making movement itself a method of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can fuse these 2 Gu into charging crash Gu and use it. This was a long-term investment. It could save him money. Next, Fang Yuan used these 2 Gu worms alternately, turning into a raging bull charging around the square. This time he was multitasking. Not only was he using horizontal charge Gu or vertical crash Gu, he was also using all-out effort Gu. The stone pillars were sent flying and smashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Using Boar Phantom, I can send 5 stone pillars flying and knock down 8. Using Bear Phantom, I can send 7 stone pillars flying and knock down 5. Using Crocodile Phantom, I can send 3 stone pillars flying and knock down 4. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the intricacies of this. Evidently, Boar Strength was suitable for charging, it had a long range and the effect was good. Brown Bear Strength was strong in the first half, but weak in the second half. As for Crocodile Strength, it was not suitable for charging attacks. Currently, all-out effort Gu can only activate 1 Gu's strength. I cannot use Boar Phantom and Bear Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is a waste. If I use other beast strengths, I can increase my offensive abilities in other areas. Right now, I have the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile and have reached the limits of my body. It is time to use Steel Tendon Gu. Fang Yuan had already bought the Steel Tendon Gu. Steel Tendon and Iron Bone complementing each other. But Steel Tendon Gu was different from Iron Bone Gu. The latter was an expendable Gu, while the former needed to be used continuously for a period of time before the quantity would reach a qualitative change, forming a steel tendon effect on Fang Yuan's body. After calling the servants to clean up the plaza, Fang Yuan returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste a single second, and started to use Steel Tendon Gu to modify his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City Battle Stage. A blue-clothed man stood in front of Fang Yuan, gasping for breath with lingering fear. I only fought with this kid for 5 to 6 rounds and I suffered heavy injuries. All-out effort Gu is really something. Every move can create Beast Phantom. It is too terrifying. This blue-clothed man stared at Fang Yuan, trying to raise his spirits. I cannot lose. As long as I defeat him according to the battle stage's rules, I can obtain the all-out effort Gu. With this Gu, I can also cultivate the strength path. The blue-clothed man thought of this and shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Water Prison Gu. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue water ball. The water ball quickly expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan's whole body. Fang Yuan snorted and waved his fist in the water, casually punching. Boar Phantom. The water ball shook 3 times, deforming intensely but did not break. It's useless to deal with me. I borrowed money from loan sharks to buy this rank 3 water prison Gu. The blue-clothed man laughed proudly. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, and without any panic he sent out another palm. Bear Phantom. The water ball shook fiercely, deforming intensely, almost breaking, but eventually returned to its original shape. Beast's strength is fierce, water is soft. Using softness to overcome hardness, you cannot break it. The blue-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked sideways. Crocodile Phantom. Crocodiles were different from boars and brown bears. They were amphibious creatures and were familiar with water. Crack. The water ball suddenly broke and the effect was immediate. What? The blue-clothed man turned pale with fright. Vertical crash goo. Bam. The blue-clothed man was sent flying by Fang Yuan, spurting out large amounts of blood, and only landed on the ground after flying for 20 steps. He struggled to get up but fell down again halfway. Motionless. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless, he doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort goo is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage everyone discussed. Fang Yuan kicked out the water prison and charged over, directly killing the blue-shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue-shirt man's chest caved in, his white ribs were exposed and soon blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting goo master walked up the stage and announced Fang Yuan's victory. The blue-shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information goo from the hosting goo master, Fang Yuan checked with his mind. He had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage, rank 2 goo masters were the majority, and Fang Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Fang Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's goo worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone, I will give it to you in front of everyone in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd and under countless envious gazes, he smiled and kept these Yuan stones. Fang Jing, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fang Jing, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000, where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month he has won repeatedly in the battle stage, and the fame of the all-out effort goo has attracted many spectators. Every match he earns at least a few thousand Yuan stone. After a few matches he earns tens of thousands of Yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 goo in every round. Once he sells these goo he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fang Jing has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed, we are all demonic goo masters, why must we kill each other? Someone else lamented, but then again Fang Jing has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 Yuan stone, he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly someone retorted, 200,000 Yuan stone, didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered, this kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao. Didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more, humph, I'm waiting to see this show. Hee, this kid is too arrogant, let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish swish swish. In the aperture the tides rose and fell, the light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon goo swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon goo was shaped like an earthworm, its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm, instead it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Under the effect of the eerie glow, Fang Yuan's muscles and tendons were dyed with a layer of faint black, becoming tougher and stronger. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally stopped using the steel tendon goo. He was sweating profusely, his breathing was rough and his head was slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon goo was not pleasant. All sorts of numbness, pain and itchiness attacked his nerves, testing a goo master's endurance. Ordinary goo masters would need at least half a year to use the steel tendon goo. But in Fang Yuan's plan he condensed the time to 1 month. This meant that he would need to use the steel tendon goo 6 times more than ordinary people. It was a severe test of his willpower and endurance. I must cherish every minute and every second of my time and carry on with my cultivation. I need to increase my strength as fast as possible. I need Yuan Stone. The battle stage is the fastest way to earn money. But as long as I lose, the all-out effort goo will be taken away. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop it, but I will have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose. I am like a galloping war horse, my strength is rising rapidly. But as long as I lose, I will suffer a huge setback. My rising momentum will be met with a head-on blow. Shang Clan City is just another starting point. How can I fall here? In this life, I want to become a goo immortal. I want to charge to rank 7, rank 8, rank 9. I want to reach the peak and see the scenery I could not see in my previous life. It is rumored that above rank 9 is the highest realm of eternal life. It is easy to live long, but no one can achieve eternal life. A life, the highest realm is eternal life. Their greatest desire is eternal life. What wealth? It is just a hobby of collecting. What men and women? It is just primitive. What reputation? It is just bullshit from others. It is filled with the smell of corruption. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status, those who pursue these are simply short-sighted. On earth there is no choice, everyone will die. They can only pursue these things, otherwise life would be boring. But in this world, primeval energy is abundant, there is the possibility of eternal life. Why not pursue it? For eternal life, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, they can all be used, they can also be abandoned. For eternal life, fear cannot stop me, I will move forward bravely. For eternal life, laziness cannot stop me, I will not slack off for even a moment. For eternal life, pain cannot stop me, gods and demons cannot stop me, heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan's pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with dark red demonic flames. After resting time, he activated the steel tendon goo again without hesitation. The black eerie light shone on every part of his body, even penetrating his skin. This completely makes up for the mountain-back toad's lack of mobility. After this battle, Li Hao will have 29 net victories, 1 more battle and he will be promoted to 4th inner city. Hurry up and go up, no one can stop him here. Chapter 295. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fang Yuan faced another battle. Your opponent today has some background. Wei Yang walked beside Fang Yuan, instructing Fang Yuan to be careful. Fang Yuan nodded. He never fought unprepared. Ever since he became Li Ran's underground ally, he had obtained a lot of information from him. Li Ran was a spy, he had been undercover for 8 years, his job was to gather intelligence. His knowledge of the battle stage was even more detailed than Wei Yang's. Li Hao was once a strength cultivator, he got to 4th inner city. He was once high-spirited but met a bottleneck. Strength path cultivators are strong in the early stages, but weak in the middle and later stages. They are hard to overcome. Li Hao suffered a huge setback, he gave up on strength path and changed to a support path. It was also because of his fortuitous encounter, he won a good rock in the gambling den, and obtained the rare position swap goo. He is very experienced, he immediately sold almost all the goo on him, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a mountain-back toad. After that, he relied on the combination of these 2 goo and won every battle. Relying on the primeval stones and goo he obtained from his victories, he slowly accumulated and gradually completed a set of goo worms. He challenged you forcefully, evidently because of the all-out effort goo in your hands. Be careful. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and returned to the crowd. Fang Yuan looked at Wei Yang deeply before walking to the battle stage. Every time there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come to watch. Fang Yuan understood he was here to watch the battle. One reason was because Shang Clan wanted to recruit him, the other reason, it was because he truly treated Fang Yuan as a brother. The relationship between people was so strange. Some people lived together for decades but did not open their hearts. Some people only had a single conversation and became close friends. Fang Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. In Fang Yuan he saw the shadow of his past self. This strong sense of identity as well as Fang Yuan's straightforward personality made him treat Fang Yuan as one of his own. Wei Yang. Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this training field was in the shape of a large swamp. The black mud gave off a faint stench. There were even puddles on the ground. Li Hao hadn't arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, a large number of spectating Gu masters gathered. This was the largest number of spectators since Fang Yuan's martial arts exhibition. Standing on the field and looking around, there were heads everywhere. Everyone whispered to each other, causing the entire martial arts practice grounds to buzz with noise. That punk Fang Jing is going to be in trouble today. He has been too arrogant these days. I should teach him a lesson. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really think they are invincible just because they have an all-out effort. Gu. Li Hao is here, someone shouted. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the sound of discussion suddenly heated up. The clamor was so loud that it almost broke through the roof of the martial arena. Li Hao appeared at the entrance. Sir Li Hao, it's all up to you today. Here's to your 30th victory and your promotion to 4th Inner City. In the crowd, many people were shouting and cheering. Compared to Fang Yuan, they acknowledged Li Hao more from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan had just arrived and was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents without mercy. He had a purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. His original strength path was defeated in 4th Inner City, but he rose up after suffering, symbolizing the battle stage's standard spirit of fighting without rest, resonating with the surrounding people. Li Hao smiled as he slowly walked onto the stage. He was skinny, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, walking leisurely towards Fang Yuan. But when he was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, he stopped and did not move forward. In Fang Yuan's previous battles, he had used vertical crash Gu to launch a sneak attack, sending his opponents flying and succeeding in one move. Li Hao had been in the battle stage for many years. It was impossible for him not to make preparations before the battle. Vertical crash Gu could only charge up to 50 steps, 60 steps was safe. Strength cultivator, he. He lightly glanced at Fang Yuan, disdain flashing in his eyes. Young man, I'm sorry, your winning streak ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is like looking at me in the past. Strength cultivators have no future even if you have all-out effort. Gu, so what? Thank me, I defeated you today for your own good, to let you know your weakness in strength cultivation. He lectured Fang Yuan in front of everyone with his identity as a senior. You really have a lot of nonsense, do you dare to shut up? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. You. Anger flashed on Li Hao's face, his laughter filled with coldness. Young man, you are disrespecting your seniors, you will suffer. At this time, with a clang, the hosting Gu master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan moved his legs and charged forward. Swoosh. The soil under his feet was like a black wave, splashing high into the air from his left and right. Oh, what a fierce aura. Li Hao covered his mouth and laughed lightly. He was clear in his heart. Vertical crash Gu could only charge up to 50 steps, and every time he used it he had to wait for 5 breaths before he could use it again. He was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan. It looked dangerous, but it was actually very safe. This terrain was advantageous to him. The muddy terrain was not like the dry and firm ground. It was not good for charging. As expected, Fang Yuan charged for 45 steps before his momentum stopped. But immediately after, Fang Yuan turned his body, using the side of his body to face Li Hao. Horizontal charge Gu. The black soil split apart like a wave, and a boar phantom appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the charge suddenly rose by a large margin. It was incomparably fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was in front of Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and have his bones broken. Li Hao turned pale with fright. At the moment of danger, he quickly activated his vital Gu. In an instant he switched positions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally facing Li Hao, crashing into him. But the next moment his back was against Li Hao's and he was far away from him. I was careless. In a short moment, Li Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not think that Fang Yuan would pose much of a threat to him. After knowing that Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he did not think much of it. He was almost heavily injured by Fang Yuan. At the moment of danger, his many years of battle experience saved him. Rather than defending, it was better to dodge. With a shift, Fang Yuan's attack missed. No matter how strong the attack was, if it missed, it would be useless if it did not cause any damage. This kid has all-out effort Gu, every move is powerful. I have already sold my strength Gu and my beast strength is also gone, I cannot fight him head on. Li Hao calmed his mind and immediately retreated. He used his movement Gu, and his body became as light as a willow as he flew backwards, quickly pulling apart the distance between him and Fang Yuan. At the same time he pointed towards the sky and a green light shot out of his aperture, tearing through the sky. The jade-like green light suddenly stopped in midair and then suddenly exploded. In the dazzling light, the mountain-backed toad's huge body appeared, and it started to fall. On the ground, a black shadow quickly shrouded Fang Yuan, and was getting bigger and bigger. 5 breaths of time had passed. Fang Yuan targeted Li Hao, and activated vertical crash Gu, charging towards him. His speed increased and he quickly left the area shrouded by the shadow. Just as he rushed out, the mountain-backed toad crashed down. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. Black mud splashed everywhere like a monstrous wave. The waves even splashed to the edge of the stage, causing the spectators to dodge subconsciously, but they were all blocked by a huge dark red barrier. The battle stage naturally had its own defensive Gu. It's here, Lord Li Hao's mountain-backed toad. Seeing this, the crowd shouted excitedly. Even if Fang Jing gets in front of Li Hao, it's useless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap Gu and switch places with the mountain-backed toad. But Fang Yuan did not charge towards Li Hao. He suddenly stopped his charging footsteps. The black mud was like a huge wave crashing onto his body, but was blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy Gu. Horizontal charge Gu. When the black wave landed on the ground, he turned his body towards the mountain-backed toad and charged towards it. Brr. A bear's roar exploded like thunder, and at the same time, a brown bear phantom suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky in a wild and unrestrained manner. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely crashed into the mountain-backed toad's body, causing it to tilt to the side. But that was all. The mountain-backed toad had a special mountain peak on its body. It was made of mountain rock essence. It was extremely heavy, one of the top rank 3 Gu. When its 4 legs touched the ground, it was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all, causing people to sigh in admiration. But Fang Yuan did not care. He raised his arms like a warhammer and smashed. Roar, roar, roar. Above his head, strength path phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared crazily. Every punch brought along the sound of the wind, fierce and unrestrained. When the punches landed on the mountain-backed toad's body, there was an unceasing thunderous sound, like a torrential storm. Such a ferocious attack caused the spectators' hearts to tremble in fear, feeling a chill in their hearts. If I was attacked like this, I would have been smashed to pieces already. The all-out effort Gu is really too strong, too strong. But Fang Jing's brain is muddled. He did not attack Li Hao, but chose to attack a tough opponent instead. The mountain-backed toad's defense was outstanding, but under Fang Yuan's wild attacks, it did not move at all, causing people to feel discouraged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. The more he attacked, the crazier he became, persevering without giving up, as if this mountain-backed toad was his mortal enemy. Li Hao's expression gradually changed. No matter how strong the mountain-backed toad was, it had its limits. It could not endure such continuous attacks. Croak, croak, croak. The mountain-backed toad cried out loudly. It could no longer hold in the pain. I can't let this go on. Li Hao's heart thumped. He quickly willed and controlled the mountain-backed toad. The mountain-backed toad started its counterattack, its hind legs stomping on the ground, and its body pounced towards Fang Yuan. This move was extremely heavy. If Fang Yuan was hit by it, he would definitely be sent flying. Horizontal charge Gu. His eyes shined brightly and he charged in time, dodging the mountain-backed toad's attack. Chapter 296. Howl, howl, howl. Beast phantoms flashed crazily with earth-shattering momentum. Mountain-backed toad cried out in pain and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and dodged in time. Mountain-backed toad carried a mountain on its back. It was too heavy and its speed was very slow. Fang Yuan dodged easily. Horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu were used consecutively. Mountain-backed toad attacked many times but did not even manage to touch Fang Yuan's skin. Everyone was dumbstruck. Mountain-backed toad's unshakable image in everyone's hearts was swept away as it cried out in pain from Fang Yuan's beating. This kid is actually so fierce. Li Hao was also shocked. He gritted his teeth and urged mountain-backed toad to jump high. Brat, I will smash you into meat paste. Li Hao grinned and let out a cold laugh, his killing intent surging in his heart. However, mountain-backed toad's shadow did not move towards Fang Yuan. Instead it landed on Li Hao. Mountain-backed toad's huge body started to descend, crashing towards Li Hao. Seeing this scene, most people were stunned for a moment, unable to react. Only a few people, including Wei Yang, saw through Li Hao's battle tactic. Simply using the mountain-backed toad to smash at Fang Yuan, the attack would easily miss. Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he could dodge. But if mountain-backed toad smashed towards Li Hao could use position swap Gu to swap positions with Fang Yuan. As long as he grasped the timing well, Fang Yuan could not react in time and be smashed to death by mountain-backed toad. With mountain-backed toad's weight, even if it did not kill him, it would definitely heavily injure him. However, the moment mountain-backed toad flew into the air, Fang Yuan immediately charged towards Li Hao. Using horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he quickly reached Li Hao's side. Damn, this guy, he actually saw through me. At this moment, Li Hao was extremely furious. Fang Yuan was still a distance away from him, but now that he used the position swap Gu, Fang Yuan had enough time to dodge the mountain-backed toad's attack. But if he didn't use it now, once Fang Yuan got close to him, even if he used the position swap Gu to change his position, he wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be crushed to death by the mountain-backed toad along with Fang Yuan. Without a choice, Li Hao could only use position swap Gu and swap places with Fang Yuan. Boom. The mountain-backed toad fell to the ground. As expected, Fang Yuan dodged it with a horizontal dash. He had been paying attention to the alternating usage of horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. Usually there would be a gap of 3 breaths. Including the time needed to charge for 50 steps, he would always have a movement Gu to use. Small details often determine success or failure. Fang Yuan's rich battle experience from his previous life made him flawless. He charged at the mountain-backed toad once more, throwing punches and kicks at it. His attacks were ferocious and he struck it head-on. Phantoms made of beast power flickered one after another, extremely ferocious. The mountain-backed toad was once again engulfed in a torrential storm of attacks. It croaked as it was beaten and crushed rocks flew everywhere. The spectators who were clamoring earlier fell into silence. Many people opened their mouths wide looking at this scene in shock. All-out effort Gu was being used by Fang Yuan in such a domineering manner, even the mountain-backed toad became a punching bag, falling into a disadvantageous position. The battle was in full swing and the scene was intense. Li Hao, on the other hand, was calm. Li Hao had never expected Fang Yuan to attack the mountain-backed toad so relentlessly. In the past, when Li Hao fought with his opponents, they all gave up on the mountain-backed toad and tried to attack him. Once Li Hao lost, the mountain-backed toad was no longer a concern. This was the choice of a smart person. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan chose the most foolish target. He focused all his attacks on the mountain-backed toad, ignoring the main target, Li Hao. Li Hao was left to the side as if he was an unrelated spectator. His situation was awkward. Beast phantoms flickered and converged in the air. Fang Yuan circled around the mountain-backed toad, beating it fiercely. The mountain-backed toad's huge and mighty body was now so clumsy. Oh no, the mountain-backed toad is vomiting blood. Li Hao, who was far away, felt his limbs turn cold when he saw this. Position swap Gu. His eyes shone with a strange light, attracting Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed, and when he looked again, Li Hao had already moved him far away. In contrast, Li Hao had replaced Fang Yuan's position, standing beside the mountain-backed toad. He stretched out his palms and placed them on the mountain-backed toad, healing it. The mountain-backed toad's injuries shocked him. He had fought so many battles in the battle stage, but had never seen such serious injuries. Am I going to lose this battle? Lose to such a young junior? No, impossible. The strong feeling of failure appeared in Li Hao's heart for the first time. Fang Yuan sneered and charged forward. How could he allow Li Hao to heal the mountain-backed toad in front of his eyes? Seeing Fang Yuan charging towards him, Li Hao gritted his teeth and gave up on healing, running in the opposite direction. When Fang Yuan arrived in front of the mountain-backed toad, he used the position swap Gu. This way he was standing beside the mountain-backed toad again while Fang Yuan was far away. But Fang Yuan did not care, continuing to charge forward. Li Hao's healing was interrupted repeatedly, and Fang Yuan's attacks were fruitless. But even so, he continued to charge, not giving up. After a few times, it was Li Hao who stopped healing, his expression uncertain. Many of the spectators were puzzled by this scene. But there were smart people after all. Every time Fang Jing charges, it seems useless, but Li Hao's primeval essence is being expended intensely. That's right. Position swap Gu might have mystical effects, but it has its drawbacks. The huge primeval essence expenditure is one of them. The further the distance, the stronger the opponent, the more primeval essence Li Ran needs to expend to activate position swap Gu. Fang Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, a crocodile and a bear. Every time Li Ran uses position swap Gu, he will expend a lot of primeval essence. Moreover, he still needs to heal the mountain-back toad. Even a rank 3 primeval essence cannot endure this. Li Hao also realized this, thus he had no choice but to stop healing. He did not have much primeval essence left. If it were his previous opponents, he would still have rank 3 white-silver primeval essence. But now, Fang Yuan's cultivation was also rank 3. After these rounds, Fang Yuan had firmly established a primeval essence advantage. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over again, Li Hao's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he had no choice but to charge forward. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, immediately giving up on the mountain-back toad and attacking Li Hao. Bam bam bam. His fists exploded the air with impressive might and were incomparably ferocious, like a tide slapping against a reef. After a few rounds, Li Hao could not hold on anymore. Although his Gu worms were replenished, the true core was still the mountain-back toad and position swap Gu. To reduce the primeval essence expenditure of position swap Gu, he also got rid of the beast phantoms that were hiding in his body. Fang Yuan's attacks were extremely fierce, like a torrential storm, making it hard for him to breathe. Li Hao relied on his previous foundation as a strength cultivator to barely resist, but he had no choice but to use position swap Gu again to exchange for the mountain-back toad. Fang Yuan did not chase after Li Hao, instead attacking the mountain-back toad. Boar, brown bear and crocodile phantoms appeared one after another. At once, mountain rocks were sent flying, the mountain-back toad spat out mouthfuls of blood, frantically retaliating. But Fang Yuan used horizontal charge and vertical crash Gu alternately. The mountain-back toad's retaliation was extremely clumsy. How did it become like this? Even Lord Li Hao has no choice but to join the battle and share the burden for the mountain-back toad. Fang Jing's attacks are terrifying. He is suppressing both Li Hao and the mountain-back toad. The battle had progressed to this point, out of everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Hao gave up the strength path and switched to the support path, they had never seen Li Hao in such a predicament. Li Hao's battle tactic was quite good. Using position swap Gu and coordinating with the mountain-back toad, the effect was extremely good. Even Fang Yuan could not break this battle tactic. But Fang Yuan did not need to break it. He did not even think of breaking it. He instinctively raised his fists and dealt with the situation by remaining unchanged. No matter which of them appears in front of me, I will just beat them up. This move seemed stupid, but great wisdom could be seen. A fierce and domineering aura was immediately displayed. This is a good method. Someone's eyes brightened. In the future, when I fight Li Hao, I will also learn from Fang Jing and attack the mountain-back toad fiercely. Once he said this, he was immediately denied and ridiculed by the people around him. Bullshit. You want to learn from him, are you muddle-headed? Fang Jing can do this because he is a strength cultivator and his primeval essence consumption is low. You, a fire cultivator, daring to waste your attacks on the mountain-back toad is exactly what Li Hao wants to see. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall sharply, and they would be like mortals. In a battle, the side with more primeval essence would have the advantage. The greater the difference in primeval essence, the greater the advantage. Some Gu masters who wanted to imitate Fang Yuan choked upon hearing this, unable to retort. Someone patted his head and said in enlightenment, I suddenly realized that strength cultivators also have their own advantages. That's right. Someone immediately added, strength cultivators use their bodies to attack, thus strength Gu has a general advantage, it consumes less primeval essence. Every Gu path has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is not without reason that strength path was famous in the olden antiquity era. Everyone's gaze once again fell on the battlefield. Li Hao and his mountain-back toad were retreating under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. All-out effort Gu's primeval essence consumption was very small. Fang Yuan's true attack power came from the beast phantoms. But these beast phantoms did not need to expend primeval essence. This was the most perverse part. If it were any other Gu master in Fang Yuan's position, they would have been exhausted after dozens of rounds. But Fang Yuan's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, lasting for an extremely long time. His aura continued to rise, and his punches carried the sound of the wind, overbearing and fierce, like the roar of a tiger or the roar of a giant bear. On him, Everyone seemed to see the arrogant demeanor of the olden antiquity era's strength cultivators. Their hearts were beating rapidly and their blood was boiling. Fang Yuan was getting more and more satisfied as he fought. Since his rebirth, he had been treading on thin ice, and all the pent-up anger in his heart was vented out as he punched and kicked. All the gloominess in his heart was swept away. No doubt, obtaining the all-out effort gu was a turning point in Fang Yuan's life. Before this, he had been running around everywhere, living in a precarious situation with little food to eat. When he encountered a slightly bigger problem, he would need to rack his brains to think of a solution. But after obtaining the all-out effort gu, he finally had the capital to be proud of, and could use his fists to solve many problems. Like now, he did not need to break Li Hao's exquisite battle tactics, and could directly sweep his fists. Demons were crafty, but they were even more overbearing. Sweeping heaven and earth, sweeping mountains and rivers, splattering blood in the world, one's strength subdues all. If you are fierce, I am fiercer than you. If you are unreasonable, I am even more unreasonable than you. Demon. 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 Kill. 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 Fang Yuan fought to his heart's content, and a surge of emotions surged in his heart. Finally, he could not suppress it anymore and let out a long howl. Because difficulties give rise to great aspirations, and the mortal world does not tempt my heart. Today I will temporarily rest on the grass, and someday I will roar and tread on mountains and rivers. From today onwards I will walk on the road to greatness. Sweeping away the dust, smiling at the vicissitudes of life. Stepping on the green mountain, treading the blue sea, binding the blue dragon, striking the sky. Bathing in the wind and rain, tempering the demonic soul, raising the flag and singing valiantly, defying heaven, defying fate, defying the universe. Bam! With a ruthless punch, the mountain-back toad could no longer hold on, and the mountain peak collapsed. Blood spurted out and it was beaten to death by Fang Yuan. Rampage. Li Hao flew high, and after flying for more than 10 steps he landed heavily. With a plop, he landed in the mud and did not move. The black muddy water mixed with the dark red blood, and soon his flowery robe was stained. He paid the price with his life for looking down on Fang Yuan. The battle stopped abruptly. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the spot, and his fierce and masculine aura suppressed the entire area. The battle stage seemed to still be echoing with his howl. Chapter 298. We finally reached Shang Clan City. Looking at the buildings on the mountain by Feng's side. He was a clan elder of Bai clan. When he was young, he roamed the southern border and came to Shang Clan City. Now that he came again, his youth was gone, and he came with the mission of pursuing demonic gu masters. Do you think those two demonic scoundrels really took this path? Bai Lian's tone was worried. It should be this path. We used the place where the footless bird fell and split up. We didn't find anything in other directions. Only this path has some suspicious traces. Tai Dao Ku said from the side. He was not too sure in his heart. Although Tai clan was number 1 in the southern border in terms of tracking, he was an offensive gu master, and the southern border had many forests and complicated environments. It was easy to hide and difficult to track. Maybe they died on the way, buried in the mouths of beasts. A companion said optimistically. This was very likely. They found many remains along the way, as well as traces left behind by the beast tide's attack. I hope they are still alive. Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Fang and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands, only then would he be able to resolve the monstrous hatred in his heart. Alright, let's enter the city first. If we don't find anything, we will spend some Yuan stone to send a letter to the clan and see what Lord Clan Leader will do. Bai Feng took the lead. The group arrived at the city gate, travel-worn. Coincidentally, this city gate was the checkpoint that Fang and Bai had entered previously. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 Yuan stone. The city guard stopped them. Bai Feng took out a yellow pair token and waved it. The guard looked at it and after confirming it, said, "The yellow pair token can exempt 3 people from the city entrance fee." Bai Feng's group of 6 paid 30 Yuan stone. "Brother, have you seen these 2 enter the city?" Bai Zhanlai pointed at a wanted poster on the city wall and asked. This was the wanted poster for Fang and Bai. However, the surface of the wanted notice had been covered by a new wanted notice. This was normal. Every once in a while there would be a new wanted poster. The city guard's expression changed, shouting at Bai Zhanlai, "What are you saying? With me guarding the city gate, how could a demonic Gu master enter? Do you think I'm blind? You are slandering me, slandering a righteous youth of Shang clan." Bai Zhanlai's expression became sluggish. Elder Bai Feng hurriedly apologized. In Shang clan city, even if he was an elder of Bai clan, he still had to put on airs. The city guard saw that Bai Feng was after all a rank 3 Gu master and did not dare to pursue the matter, only cursing and swearing. Until Tai Dao Ku showed an unhappy expression and revealed his identity. "All right, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan doesn't know what Shang clan is like?" Only then did the city gate guard stop talking. The people of the Bai clan had suffered this initial show of strength and walked into the outer city dejectedly. "Let's eat some food first. We've been running around for the past few days and are exhausted. A good rest wouldn't delay the pursuit. I happen to know a good restaurant in the 5th inner city. It's in the martial arts area. Back then, I also participated in the martial arts practice and fought my way to the 4th inner city." Elder Bai Feng suggested. This suggestion was very good and won everyone's approval. The group entered the 5th inner city and arrived at the martial arts area. Bai Zhanlai, Bai Lian and the other juniors were immediately infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the martial arts area. On the way they could hear the excited chatter of passers-by. Tan Jing finally got revenge this time and beat Shi Nanxing to the ground. Shi Nanxing threatened to take revenge. The grudge between these two is getting deeper. Yuan Kong has the sickness cloud moth and his battle strength has risen again. He can almost dominate the 5th inner city's martial arts area. Dominate? Wait until Guyue Fangjing rises to the 4th inner city. Guyue Fangjing. The pupils of the Bai clan group expanded as if they were struck by lightning. Their footsteps suddenly stopped and their gazes shot towards the passerby. The passerby was truly shocked. 15 minutes later. In the martial arts area, Fang Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent this time was a middle-aged man. He was tall and muscular with a round waist and a steel-like beard, looking like a fiend. Clang. A crisp sound signified the start of the battle. "I admit defeat." The middle-aged man shouted immediately. His shout was direct and clean, causing the surrounding spectators to be dissatisfied. Why is it like this again? Isn't this embarrassing, admitting defeat before even fighting? Losing face is better than losing your life. Right now in 5th inner city, who dares to fight with Fangjing? All-out effort Gu is too fierce. Everyone sighed. The battle had just started but it ended in an instant. The hosting Gu master walked up and took the Vine information Gu from both sides, changing the content before returning it to the opponent. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Admitting defeat was a form of humiliation, but the situation was stronger than the person who asked Fang Yuan to be so vicious and merciless, not holding back. He did not dare to fight for face. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 yuan stone and gave it to Li Ran. This scene once again caused a discussion among the crowd. Another 40,000 yuan stone, he really gave it again. This Guyue Fangjing might be ruthless but he does what he says. 200,000 yuan stone, he has already given out almost all of it. Only 30,000 yuan stone is left. Li Ran used these yuan stone to buy Gu worms. He is starting to show his prowess in the battle zone. I am so envious. Kindness must be repaid, hatred must be repaid. From this point I really admire Guyue Fangjing. If he wins this round he will have 29 net wins, just one more round and he will rise to 4th inner city. Let's leave quickly. Who dares to fight him here? Even Li Hao died in his hands. Guyue Fangjing, after so much effort we finally found you. In the crowd, Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with hatred. His companions also had ugly expressions. They had chased him for so long, they were tired and had suffered so much along the way. But in the end they found out that the person they wanted to capture was doing very well in Shang Clan City. Before this they had been guessing that Fang Yuan might have already died in the mouths of wild beasts, being digested into feces and excreted. The scene before them was in stark contrast to what they had expected. Not only was Fang Yuan not tired, he was living well, he even changed his Gu worms and his battle strength and cultivation rose sharply. How could they endure this? Heaven is blind, how can this evil scoundrel be so successful? Bai Feng sighed at the sky. His luck is too good, he saved Shang Clan leader's illegitimate daughter and obtained a purple thorn token. In Shang Clan City we can't touch him. He is protected by Shang Clan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth. She had learned a lot from the passers-by. The enemy who killed the two young clan leaders was right in front of them, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Not only him, that Bai Ningbing also has a purple thorn token. Now that she is participating in the battle stage, her results are quite good. A companion beside her sighed. What kind of world is this? Bad people prosper while good people die miserably. Sigh. Actually, it is not like there is no way to deal with them. They can participate in the battle stage, so can we. Tai Dao Ku's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had learned from Bai clan leader that Fang Yuan had charred Thunder Bean Mother Gu. Right now, he was sure that Fang and Bai were the murderers of his young master. Since it was impossible to capture Fang and Bai, then he would just have to kill them. Only then could he take revenge for his young master, and Tai Dao Ku would have the face to return to Tai clan. Good. This is a good method. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, his spirits roused. With the battle stage's rules, even if Fang Yuan had a purple thorn token, he would not be able to protect him. Even if he could not be killed, taking away his all-out effort Gu would stop his growth. Honestly speaking, his growth speed was too terrifying. It was shocking. He could not be allowed to grow like this. Wait, where did Bai Zhanlai go? Bai Lian suddenly asked. As Fang Yuan walked out of the battle stage, the passers-by gave way to him. Countless gazes gathered on him, some were respectful, some were cold, some were hostile, and so on. Although I have killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran Yuan stone in public, it is to build up my reputation. 200,000 Yuan stone, I still lack 30,000. Fang Yuan pondered as he walked. In the battle with Li Hao, he obtained 3 Gu, but there was no mountain back toad or position swap Gu. Mountain back toad was killed by him, and position swap Gu was Li Hao's vital Gu. After Li Hao died, it also died. But in that battle, there were many spectators, and Fang Yuan still obtained over 6,000 Yuan stone. Over this month, after winning continuously, besides keeping a small amount of Yuan stone for himself, the remaining 40,000 Yuan stones were given to Li Ran. Because of this action and Li Ran's reply, Wu clan did not make a move against Fang Yuan for the time being. This earned him precious time to develop. Right now, I have 29 wins. If I win one more, I will be promoted to 4th Inner City. The competition in 4th Inner City is very intense. There are many experts, but if I win, my gains will be even greater. Now that I have used up the Steel Tendon Gu, I can add more Beast Phantoms. But adding Beast Phantoms was a painstaking process. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to see results. After Fang Yuan got promoted to 4th Inner City, he faced huge pressure. He needed to add more strength to deal with the situation. Recently, in a large-scale auction, there was an instant success Gu. If I can get it, I can obtain new Beast Phantoms in one night. Unfortunately, I have too little Yuan stone. I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. When money is needed, one will regret it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about who to borrow money from, a young man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Gua Fangjing, do you still recognize me? Bai Zhanlai shouted. Zhanlai, don't be rash. Bai clan's people quickly arrived, forming a semicircle around Fang Yuan. He was not afraid of these people, even if Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian were rank 3 Gu masters. If they wanted to use the battle stage to deal with him, they would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. It is just that my current situation, Fang Yuan pondered in his heart and suddenly laughed lightly, saying to Bai Feng, your Bai clan obtained Bai Gu inheritance, but you are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how would you have found Bai Gu inheritance? It seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders. Once he said this, Bai clan's people immediately showed astonished expressions. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed the 2 young clan leaders were not dead. Fangjing, what do you mean? Bai Feng immediately asked, his expression uncertain. Fangjing, don't try to deceive us with flowery words. We have searched almost the entire Bai Gu inheritance, but we can't even find the 2 young clan leaders. Bai Lian shouted coldly. Bai Gu inheritance was discovered by me. Does your Bai clan think you have a better understanding than me? Ridiculous. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, continuing, why would I bring those 2 burdens to retreat? You don't need to use your brains to think. Deceive you? I'm not even afraid of Tai clan. Why would I be afraid of a mere Bai clan? Fangjing, if the two young clan leaders are still alive, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Our Bai family is not an unreasonable family. Bai Feng considered his words, trying to calm Fang Yuan and get the whereabouts of the two young clan leaders from him. You want to know? Fine. I'm hungry, treat me to a meal, let's go to the most luxurious lion restaurant in Third Inner City. Fang Yuan said indifferently. Bai clan's people looked at each other. The whereabouts of the two young clan leaders was not a small matter, it concerned the future of Bai clan. Although Bai clan hated Fang Yuan to the core, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, let's go to Lion Restaurant. Lion Restaurant was not a simple restaurant, it was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant specialized in bringing in foreign women from Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. All of them were voluptuous and charming. There was also a special dish called lion meatball. It was a human feast. It used lion meat, tiger meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients to make meatballs, and placed them on the bodies of women with graceful figures and big breasts. The name lion meatball had a deep meaning. Not only did it eat food, it also ate people. But Fang Yuan did not come here because he was interested in the dish, lion meatball. But this restaurant had a huge background, it had many secret rooms. Many Shang clansmen often chose secret rooms to conduct their affairs in order to conceal their reputation, to prevent the news from being leaked. Fang Yuan chose a secret room and sat down with everyone. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. Tell me, where are the two patriarchs of our clan? Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai Clan Gu master to leave. Fang Yuan gave Tai Dao Ku a deep look. Why? Tai Dao Ku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fang Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan. Fang Yuan's tone was unyielding. I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise I won't say it. Bai Feng hesitated. This matter concerned the two young clan leaders, he had to be cautious, thus he turned to look at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. Speak, don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shang Clan City, there are many Gu worms here that can prove your words. Bai Feng said sternly. Fang Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. Whereabouts? Of course they are dead, you are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you. What? You dare to trick us? Fangjing, you are courting death. Bai clan's people were enraged, they stood up and rushed towards Fang Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud, the rain was small. This was not Bai clan village. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fang Yuan they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shang clan. Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shang Clan City, hehe. Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up, they were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Bai Gu inheritance, everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shang clan, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan sat calmly on his seat, he raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently. I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan's spirit spring is about to dry up, you can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Truly amazing. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding clan elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, how did you know about this? This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai clan, even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fang Yuan exposed it, how could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? Of course I heard it from the two young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust in exchange for a chance to live. Fang Yuan lied through his teeth, since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The two young clan leaders are young and ignorant, how could they know about this? Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fang Yuan curled his lips, maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing once the clan spirit spring dries up, Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan, its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing, the two young clan leaders were still children, their credibility was not high. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Fang Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You? Fang Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the Redbud token, try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death. But the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends die, it's all because of you. Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. Ah! Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen died because of Fang and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around, and finally found the murderer. But the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Fang Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Fang Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter. Fang Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. Think about it, Bai Gu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing, we were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Sheng in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful, I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shang Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person, 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere, this secret is only known by a few people, it has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away. Fang Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone, you really know how to extort. Fang Jing, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands, my clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you. And many of our clansmen, in order to protect Yuan Bai Gu Mountain, we lost many experts and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying, but they all had one similarity, that was deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he sneered. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I gave you face but you don't want it? Very good. Fang Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Bai clan panicked. Wait a moment. Bai Feng anxiously took a step forward and blocked Fang Yuan. I will tell you the truth, I am going to sell this information now. I believe that Shang Clan City's Wind Rain Manor will have a good price. What kind of price do you think they will give me? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Fang Jing, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared as he quickly walked in front of Fang Yuan, glaring fiercely. Fang Yuan said lightly, you want to fight? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's aura was greatly affected, his gaze dazed. Slap. Fang Yuan used this chance to slap him. He used a lot of strength, with just a little bit of force he made the hot-blooded Bai Zhanlai retreat 6 steps. What do you want? Bai clan's people were enraged, surrounding him. You want to become the sinners of your clans? Fang Yuan snorted, his words were like ice, extinguishing most of the Bai clan's impulses. You don't know what's good for you. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are the king. Fang Yuan mercilessly scolded Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai clan's people. Then he looked at the crowd. You are all idiots. I want your Bai clan to suffer with just a few words from me. A wise man submits to circumstances, Can't you see the current situation clearly? If you want to fight, then fight. Come, even if I die here, having your Bai clan accompany me in death is already good enough. Fang Yuan was heavily surrounded, but his attitude was still very arrogant. Instead, the Bai clan's people who had the advantage in numbers gave up, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists helplessly. Bai Zhanlai covered his swollen face, his eyes red and bloodshot. This humiliation made the anger in his heart burn to the 9 heavens. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of reason in his mind, the veins on his head popping. The clan was their Achilles' heel. Fang Yuan grasped this point, and displayed an imposing manner that was not afraid of death, causing the Bai clan to be at a loss, allowing Fang Yuan to do as he pleased. I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider. Fang Yuan said again. The Bai clan's people instantly fell into a dilemma. They really did not want to lower their heads to the murderer, Fang Yuan. However, if they did not lower their heads, the clan would be in danger. Everyone was confused and could not help but focus their gaze on Elder Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng's fists were tightly clenched, then slowly loosened, then immediately tightened again, then loosened his 5 fingers after a moment. This repeated cycle revealed the conflict in his heart. 30 breaths of time had long passed, but Fang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Bai Feng's temperament was impatient. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his mouth and broke the long silence. 3 million is too much. We cannot agree to this condition of yours. What's more, we do not have that much money on us. His voice was extremely hoarse, like an unlucky person dying of thirst in the desert. After saying this, his fists loosened, no longer having the strength to clench them. For the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the overall situation. Even if he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 8 pieces, he still chose to temporarily lower his head. When the others heard Bai Feng's words, they all relaxed, and their boiling killing intent towards Fang Yuan settled down, becoming even deeper and thicker. Fang Yuan smiled. 3 million, I'm not asking you to pay it all in one go. Take your time, pay 500,000 this time. 500,000? How can we carry so many yuan stone with us? Bai Feng shouted. With that said, the other members of the Bai clan came to a realization. Pawn my thoughts like a spring gu as well. And my small wind drill gu as well. My 3-pronged bone spear as well? Bai Feng slowly nodded. Everyone is willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the clan. Why would my Bai clan worry about not prospering? Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times in the future. But now the clan is still the most important. I am in charge of this matter. When we return to the clan, I will take responsibility for it. Lord Elder. Everyone was shocked. Not only did they fail in their revenge, they even signed such a humiliating treaty. Although it was the most correct choice, they would definitely face heavy pressure and be criticized when they returned to the clan. Political struggles were everywhere. But Bai Feng taking responsibility for the whole matter was no doubt protecting the political future of Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai and the others. Bai Feng showed a benevolent smile and sighed, "Don't say any more, I am already old. The clan's future is on you. Without effort and sacrifice, how can there be any gains? It is because of the sacrifices of countless people, the humiliation of countless people. Only then can the clan prosper, only then can we see the smiles of our loved ones." Yes. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai nodded, understanding something. Their ashen faces gradually disappeared, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. 3 days later at the large-scale auction. Everyone, what you are seeing is a frost breath gu. Rank 3 gu worm, able to spit out frost air, having the effect of freezing and slowing down the opponent. The greatest advantage of frost breath gu is that it only consumes 5% of light silver primeval essence each time. The starting price is 23,000 yuan stone. On a round stage, the hosting gu master activated a sound amplification gu. 25,000. 28,000. 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the frost breath gu was sold for 38,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan looked down at the round stage, quietly sitting on his seat. His seat was in a private room high up, making others unable to discern his identity. This was the benefit of a purple thorn token owner. For small-scale auctions, he could rely on the purple thorn token to purchase items in advance. But for large-scale auctions he could not. Please take a look, this is a flame heart gu shaped like a miniature volcano. After the gu master refines it, it will be stored in the heart. As everyone knows, it has the effect of strengthening fire-type goo worms. Rank 3 Flame Heart Goo, starting price is 30,000 Yuan stone. On the stage, the Goo Master shouted loudly. He had just finished speaking when someone immediately called out, 35,000. At once, the high price of 5,000 Yuan stone showed an imposing manner. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of the interested parties. Chapter 302. Dark Cloud Goo. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, muttering as he pointed with his finger. Immediately, a goo flew out from his aperture and turned into a black cloud. The moment it flew out, it exploded and turned into an inky black cloud. This cloud quickly sank and rumbled in the blink of an eye. It was close to the ground and supported Fang Yuan on top of the cloud. Fang Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was much softer than the cushion, but there was a layer of cold air. However, he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the air. Yang Cloud Goo. A white light broke through the air and with a soft sound, it exploded into a lump of pure white cloud. The white cloud had just appeared and was about to rise, but it sensed the black cloud below Fang Yuan. There was a formless attraction between the two clouds, causing the white and black cloud to rumble and interact with each other. One was being sat on by Fang Yuan, while the other was hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The dark cloud was as black as ink, the yang cloud was white, yin and yang corresponded with each other. Lightning flashed. Streaks of blue lightning flashed between the two clouds. At first there were only one or two traces, but soon they multiplied and increased in number. After a few breaths of time they formed into one. Fang Yuan had already activated the sky canopy goo. His body was covered in a layer of white armor. At the same time he activated the all-out effort goo and casually waved his arm. Immediately, a boar phantom rose from his body and turned into a giant boar phantom in the air. Crack crack crack. As soon as the pig shadow appeared, countless electric threads shot out like sharks that had smelled fish. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed and shrunk to the size of a stone mill. Lightning gathered on its body like dark blue chains, trapping it. The remaining lightning bolts struck Fang Yuan's body, but were blocked by the white armor. Fang Yuan cancelled the all-out effort goo, but this boar phantom did not disappear. It was like a bird in a cage, firmly trapped. Under the whipping and roasting of the blue lightning cage, the boar phantom was gradually worn down. Lightning was a combination of destruction and purification. After the thunderstorm, everything would be renewed. Thunder's power was most proficient in destruction and destruction of law fragments. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using the yin-yang twin cloud goo to summon lightning to get rid of the boar's strength. 3 days had passed since the auction. Although the yin-yang twin clouds goo was rank 3, it was an ordinary goo, so Fang Yuan bought it from the shop. Other than that, he also bought several sets of materials, and after failing once, he refined a breaking words goo to get rid of the poison vow goo in his body. Fang Yuan had used the black boar goo and white boar goo on Qingmao Mountain, possessing the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort goo could only activate 1 beast phantom at a time. At rank 4 there were even stronger beast phantoms. Therefore the power of 2 boars seemed redundant. Now that Fang Yuan had extra money, he naturally planned to optimize himself. It would take at least 19 days to wear down this boar-powered phantom. The combination of the yin-yang cloud goo and the power of lightning were the most common and practical methods. Beast force phantoms were law fragments hidden in the human body. To get rid of them, a lot of effort was needed. Fang Yuan carefully controlled the yin cloud goo and yang cloud goo. The 2 clouds rumbled like 2 thick carpets, filling the whole secret room. A white cloud covered the top of the wall. A black cloud blocked the tiles on the floor. Lightning flashed in the middle. Blue lightning connected the yin-yang cloud goo and trapped the boar phantom, continuously wearing it down. This goo was a rank 3 goo, and could modify the goo master's body, adding a horse strength phantom out of thin air. Under the effect of the galloping horse strength goo, Fang Yuan's body was numb and itchy, as the fragments of the law of strength settled down in his body. This process usually lasted for 2 to 3 months. It was a painstaking effort. But right now Fang Yuan still had the instant success goo. He breathed in deeply and released the restriction on the instant success goo. Immediately, a colorful light shone on his body. The numb and itchy feeling suddenly intensified. The 2 to 3 months of torture turned into an indescribable pain at this moment. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and after several minutes, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success Gu's light faded again, and at this moment, it had lost another pair of wings, leaving behind a complete pair of wings, and a small portion of a wing fragment. But the price Fang Yuan paid was far from this. Using the instant success Gu had an extremely huge side effect. That was, in this short period of time, he had lost 2 to 3 months of his lifespan. Again? Fang Yuan wiped his sweat, ignoring the intense pain that was still lingering in his body. He used another Gu. He had to make the best use of the instant success Gu before it was used up. Green Bull Labor Gu. Colorful light shone on his whole body. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his brows knitted into a knot. The intense pain seemed to be even more intense than before, like a huge wave attacking the shore. It was the same 5 minutes, but it was even more torturous than the previous time. Finally, under Fang Yuan's perseverance, he endured through this period of time. In his body, another bull's strength had been added. Looking at the instant success Gu, it still had 2 wings left and they were both extremely damaged. The dragonfly-like body was also somewhat illusory, like an ink shadow floating in the air. Fang Yuan felt waves of headache, his ears were buzzing and his heart was pounding. Time is of the essence. He sucked in a breath of cold air, rousing his mind and activating the stone turtle strength Gu in his aperture. But this time halfway through the colorful light became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared. The instant success Gu had been completely used up. In the secret room, the light disappeared and darkness descended once again. There was less than 30% of the primeval sea left in the aperture, but under the effect of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the low sea level continued to rise. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was a rank 3 item, and had an extremely powerful supplementary effect on Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, an intense feeling of fatigue assaulted him, almost emptying his body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, his body was swaying, and even sitting was very strenuous. To activate this instant success Gu, he had used up half a year of his lifespan. The price was expensive, but in exchange he got rid of the boar strength phantom and gained the strength of a bull, horse and half a turtle. Thankfully he was still young and could afford this little bit of lifespan. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose greatly. A day later, on the battle stage, Fang Yuan welcomed his 30th battle. Clang. A bell rang and the battle began. I admit defeat. The opponent shouted and the battle ended. Thereupon, Fang Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City he fought 30 battles in a row, winning 30 battles and advanced to 4th Inner City. Towards this result, no one was surprised. The Gu masters in 5th Inner City battle stage watched as Fang Yuan left, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Tai Dao Ku listened to the sounds, and using his rich experience and sharp intuition, he actually blocked Bai Ningbing's unyielding attacks. But Bai Ningbing had the upper hand, it was a fact, and Tai Dao Ku had little hope of turning the tables. While retreating, he barely opened his eyes and found that his left eye was blind, and his right eye was also heavily injured. His vision was filled with blood. I admit defeat. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Victory has been decided, both sides stop. The hosting Gu master immediately announced. Bai Ningbing sneered and attacked even more urgently. But suddenly, a huge formless force separated her from Tai Dao Ku. Shang Clan City had its own arrangement in the battle stage. As long as the hosting Gu master reacted and attacked, there would be few situations where they could kill. Bai Ningbing's face was filled with displeasure, and she found that this force was surrounding her from all directions, making her unable to move. She could only stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, dispelling his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing Gu, but it could not heal his left eye. He could only stabilize his right eye's injury and try his best to protect it. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance Gu was a huge help to him. "You are so stubborn, then die." Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time Fang Yuan was not sent flying, his fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently, the blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy Gu was heavily injured, the white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood, there were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing who had ice muscles to defend. But his muscles were mostly intact and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance Gu. Fang Yuan willed and the bleeding stopped, the wounds started to heal and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fang Yuan does not have the canopy Gu, he can only rely on the self-reliance Gu's recovery, this battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor, golden shield Gu. This kid has quite a lot of defensive Gu. First is the canopy Gu, then the golden shield Gu, both are rank 3 defensive Gu. This kid is really rich. Golden shield Gu and the canopy Gu could not be used at the same time, it had been hidden by Fang Yuan, this was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned but soon reacted. She had added many new Gu worms, so Fang Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fang Yuan, the golden shield Gu was slightly better than the canopy Gu, it was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the golden shield Gu, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him, Fang Yuan charged and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me, if you continue you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. Alright, when are you going to stop pretending? Fang Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge. He charged again. You don't know what's good for you, then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash Gu. 50 steps away he quickly turned around and charged back. The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort Gu, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time, Fang Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his Gu worms but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Zhu Ba was furious, he removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again and he charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not shocked, but happy. The more Gu worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him. Even if they persevered after seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fang Yuan. In this world there were many types of men. Some men loved home, some men were born with great ambitions. Among them there was a type of man, when he set his mind on something, even the whole world could not stop him. Fang Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge Gu. His speed increased and he charged 50 steps. Using the strength of a steed, his speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a trump card, he was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words. Only, punch. This punch was extremely powerful, the air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fang Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch, the fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge, but his agility was terrible. Once again he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the goo worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy goo. Now he was activating these goo worms at the same time. If he was in good condition it would be fine, but now his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the goo worms for so long, his condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch. And this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant, Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted, bear strength phantom, boar strength phantom, crocodile strength phantom and horse strength phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor. He was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he howled in pain and retreated continuously. But his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba, being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood, this scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all. He suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. The only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger Fang Yuan out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort goo. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these goo worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength. His arms were trembling and his whole body was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition. The dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat, he screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting goo master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided. Fang Jing wins, Zhu Ba loses. The hosting goo master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell, he admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield Gu, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the 3rd Inner City battle stage, he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy Gu, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu, and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. Shang clan city. Gua Fangjing, is he inside? Tai Ruanan pondered, walking in front of the group. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shang clan city. Once you leave Shang clan city, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruanan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Valgu. Tai Ruanan continued. Poison Valgu again? In truth, Fang Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words Gu. The truth is nothing much. You are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Fang Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruanan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruanan did not notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Fang Yuan's tone changed. You already know? Tai Ruanan sighed faintly. The 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Fang Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique? Fang Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait. No wonder at that time clan leader Guyu Bo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me my cultivation has improved and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Fang Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity. As long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruanan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice. Fangjing, I know your heart is in pain and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Fang Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red. Don't say any more since you already know why ask me. But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruanan's gaze pressured him. Fang Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruanan could not force him any further and said faintly, Do you know, I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. But Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. 4 hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence, and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days I will break through. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic goo, and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time I can reduce Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's vital goo, a rank 6 goo. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time, the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qingmao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone Flesh Unity Goo and Bai Ningbing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process she did not speak a single word, and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered, when I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared, and was still in effect. According to Bai Ningbing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%. Another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ningbing and I are in the same boat. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, and she has the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Ju Feng Mountain. Ju clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Ju clan submitted to Shang clan city. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength goo in this auction." Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang clan city. Young Master Shang Yizi is not in a position to cause trouble. Wei Yang continued. Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength goo. Ju clan village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ju clan village had hundreds of years of history. If they were to sell their assets now, there would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength goo was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength goo. Ju clan village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. He was Shang clan's #1 official, and also the Shang clan leader in charge of the slave trade. His position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shang Buli's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shang clan city, but as the #1 official, Shang Buli controlled all of Shang clan's slave trade. Shang Buli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow? Are you a man? At this time an unhappy voice came from behind. Shang Bu Li's status in Shang Clan City was second only to one, who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shang Bu Li heard this, his heart shook, he shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So it is Lady Dr. Su Shou, I Shang Bu Li greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white, her face was covered with a white veil, people could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shang Bu Li did not dare to look at her. His gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yanfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang clan, she was Shang Yanfei's confidant. Even if Shang Bu Li had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shang Bu Li and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shang Bu Li rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly, he could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yen Tu, who was on par with Zhu Kai Bei, Shang Yanfei's 5th General Yi Hua, Yi Bu Hui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fei Luan Feng and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu master was young and beautiful. She stood on the stage and used a voice amplification Gu. She knew everyone was getting impatient. She spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank 4 Gu worm shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice, its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type Gu was collected by Zhu Clan Village. Just like Guyue Village, they had collected many Gu worms that were not related to Moon-type Gu. Once the Frost Arrow Gu is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 Gu masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female Gu master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the Gu master's bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ning Bing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female Gu master's voice rose. This was the first time an esteemed guest had bid. 120,000. Shang Yizi's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ning Bing squinted, immediately saying, 130,000. Shang Yizi continued, 140,000. Bai Ning Bing looked deeply at Fang Yuan before saying, 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Shang Yizi trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ning Bing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, she suffered a blow from Shang Yizi. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a frost arrow Gu. Humph, I want you to suffer like this. In the 5th private room, Shang Yizi laughed coldly, not bidding any more. Although Bai Ning Bing bought the frost arrow Gu, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time Shang Yizi is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. But now he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white-silver relic goo, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fangjing has already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xinci was also thinking but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the Gu Master Circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Gu Masters about their Gu Worms. Gu Worms were the foundation of a Gu Master, they were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Gu Worms were exposed, the Gu Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Gu Masters could not ask each other's Gu Worms. This was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the Bitter Strength Goo and bought Atmosphere Goo. Why? Bai Ning Bing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang Clan young masters have the chance to request 3 Gu Worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xinci sighed. This was one of Shang Clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang Clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the Gu the young masters wanted. If Shang Xinci became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang Clan's power to obtain a Bitter Strength Gu. It would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for Bitter Strength Gu since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xinci really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xinci's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows, Shang Yizi might hand over that Bitter Strength Gu to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that Bitter Strength Gu. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qiwen shook her head, feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother He too, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xinci's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ning Bing, saying confidently, this is all thanks to Ning Bing. Meh. Bai Ning Bing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days this matter will be clear. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the 2 rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu were the 2 heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these 2. And their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these 2 joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master while the other was only rank 3. There was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yen Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and did not turn around. Instead he snickered. You are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yen Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic Gu. This Gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic Gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price to Fang Yuan at that time was out of reach. Relic Gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a Gu master's realm by a small realm and save a lot of time and energy. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Zhu Kai Bei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation. His reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly, and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Chi-wen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Zhu Kai Bei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fang Jing win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Jing has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Zhu Kai Bei. Fang Jing is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than Bai Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kai Bei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Jing is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xinci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd, even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xinci. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time there were almost no spectators and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xinci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xinci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang clan city. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang clan's external elder. Shang Yanfei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. After Stone Tortoise Strength Goo, Fang Yuan used White Elephant Primeval Strength Goo and Black Python Coiling Strength Goo, adding White Elephant Phantom and Black Python Phantom to his body. 8 Beast Phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the Black Python Coiling Strength Goo, he did not use any other Strength Goo. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive, fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kaibei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength Goo started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kaibei's enormous strength. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaibei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while, chance. Zhu Kaibei made very few mistakes. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy. If it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kaibei did not have time to block, he could only turn around and sweep his arm. Ow! Suddenly there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but Dragon Elephant had a slight dragon bloodline. It was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, 2 Dragon Elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kaibei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu Master's eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 Beast Phantoms are not the Rank 4 Dragon Elephant Phantoms match. Fang Jing might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon one Beast Phantom at a time. It is inferior to Ju Kai Bei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu, how can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 Beast Phantoms and suppressing Ju Kai Bei most of the time. However, Ju Kai Bei was not weak either, his healing Gu was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts Gu, Dragon Form Tiger Steps Gu, and Dragon Elephant Gu, the law fragments of the three were similar, forming a Dao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant Phantoms. Shang Xn's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 Beast Phantoms. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 Beast Phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Ju Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage. Both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous. Even Bai Ning Bing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent, countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Ju Kai Bei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path Gu master, Ju Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yin Fei's secret letter appeared in Ju Kai Bei's mind. If Fang Jing really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Ju Kai Bei gritted his teeth. The expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull Gu and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Ju Kai Bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Ju Kai Bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Ju Kai Bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out. What? While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was Strength Chi Gu. Ju Kai Bei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression there was envy, jealousy, helplessness and misery. Strength Chi Gu, he. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient Strength Path Gu worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Zhu Kaibei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of strength Qi Gu from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao. They were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the strength Qi Gu, the Gu master can activate this Gu and produce formless strength Qi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the strength Qi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the strength Qi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The strength Qi Gu in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation Gu refinement. The main body of the strength Qi Gu was the rank 4 atmosphere Gu. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere Gu in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere Gu, strength Qi Gu, both were Qi path Gu. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through Gu refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, there could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Qi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the strength Qi Gu. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path, and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had strength Qi Gu, Zhu Kaibei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this Gu, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kaibei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kaibei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kaibei was clear about the weakness of strength Qi Gu. Strength Qi Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence. It needed 5% of snow-silver primeval essence to produce enough strength Qi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow-silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement Gu, defense Gu, all-out effort Gu and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time. He could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kaibei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fangjing to give up? Demonic Gu masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy? Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic Gu masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic Gu masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic Gu masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yanfei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. Although he had secretly placed Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu as his chess pieces to control the battle stage. But such things could not be exposed. Shang Yanfei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xnci and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts was proven, his young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fang Jing is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xnci to ascend to the young master position, Fang Jing even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xnci might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xnci became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xnci. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios. Even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas, depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai and Shang Xnci. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xnci had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth. Now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xnci naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. But he was cautious and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of 3 kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Bai with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, rank 2 paper crane Gu, and rank 1 exploding egg Gu. Not only Shang Xinci's 100,000 Yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million Yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Shang Xnci used all her funds to buy these 3 Gu? In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, rank 2 paper crane Gu and rank 1 exploding egg Gu. What is the use of buying these Gu? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xnci entrusted the 100,000 Gu to Fang Jing. Although Fang Jing has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management, and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, Any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase goo worms, because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying goo worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside, "Young master, something big happened, I need to report to you. Old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yifan. Something is wrong. From the latest news from Sancha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the 3 kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance had its own mysteries, no one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the 3 kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the 3 kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. "It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it." Indeed, to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, 3 goo were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the goo master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement goo. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the goo master needed to possess a paper crane goo. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg goo. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 goo in bulk. Presently, the news of the 3 kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 goo master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 goo. But now these 3 goo in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Shang Xian's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling goo worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot, in fact he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xian had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the 3 kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Shang Xian had used more than 100,000 Yuan stone to purchase the goo, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the Yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 Yuan stone, there was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, he borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example, Steward Zhang. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Shang Xian. Young Master Yifan, this time the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them, we cannot use underhanded methods, we need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shang Clan City, 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000, you still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. That is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated, but unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old and he would be the future dog king. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian. She was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even Gu masters, thus they did not care. They casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person. He killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. Most forces could not help because of the mountains and southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere, thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the super clan Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the 3 kings' inheritance ground, and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the 3 kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Fang Yuan spoke half-truth and half-lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real. He had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land was a place of fortune, the place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangjing, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6, there was a huge qualitative change. The difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu master inheritances could only attract Shang clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled. I don't know the details, but Grey Bone Scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance. There would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu immortal, it has already decayed. Right now, it is on the brink of collapse. Back then, this blessed land was already taken by the 3 kings. The resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the 3 kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance. The blessed land is unable to bear the burden. One day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it. I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here, maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance. Haha, in that case I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Feng Yu Manor, he was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. This concerns a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. 400,000 is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet. I will give you 400,000 first. After some time I will evaluate it. Brother He too. Shang Xnci looked at the young man's departing figure, feeling pity in her heart. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, unconcerned. Xnci, I am a demonic Gu master, I have my own way of doing things which is to do as I please. Fang Yuan casually explained, feeling justified. The surrounding stalls looked at him. His gaze swept around and immediately, everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. If it was the Fang Yuan of the past, he would naturally feign civility and use coaxing and deceiving methods to buy the goods from this stall in a friendly manner. But now, his strength had risen greatly, he was no longer the same as before. If he could use the most direct method and save time and effort, why not? Righteous path people cherished their reputation and displayed their grace, thus they often expressed kindness to the weak. Fang Yuan, however, was not a righteous path person, but a demonic path person. Since ancient times, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. It was just that demonic path people tore apart flesh and blood, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. Righteous path people, on the other hand, shed crocodile tears as they ate, saying they had no choice. There were always many foolish people who were deceived by hypocrisy. Or they were foolish enough to deceive themselves, unwilling to face the cruel truth. In fact, it was all eating. The exploiter ate the exploited, the invader ate the invaded, the strong eat the weak, the oppressor eat the oppressed, the superior eat the inferior. There was no living being that did not eat. If they did not eat, they would not be able to survive. It was just that there was a difference in the way they ate. Fang Yuan chased away the stall owner and bent down, picking out a token from the stall. This token seemed to be made of black iron, it was black and had half a piece missing. There were words carved on it, but after grinding for so long and with half missing, it was impossible to make out the words. But Fang Yuan knew, it was the word rice. 300 years ago, there was a demonic path Gu master who fell into the water with heavy injuries, and was saved by a little girl washing clothes by the riverside. The little girl was kind, and after saving this demonic path Gu master, she secretly placed him in the woodshed, and even sent him rice every day. After the demonic path Gu master recovered, he felt the little girl's kindness and made a black iron token with the word rice carved on it. He broke the token into two, giving one half to the little girl and the other to himself. When the demonic path Gu master left, he carefully instructed the little girl. If she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Dan Huishan's Wailing Ghost Cave and seek his help. Even if the little girl died, this promise would still be effective to the new owner of the half token. The little girl remembered it well. But in less than 50 years, a huge battle occurred in Dan Huishan, the volcano erupted and Wailing Ghost Cave was destroyed. And that demonic path Gu master was captured alive by Tai clan, and imprisoned in the demon suppression tower. This half of the token had lost its use. It was passed down among the little girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, the little girl did not reveal any secrets to her children before she died of old age. She buried this past in her stomach. The little girl's descendants were banished by the clan. After settling down in Shang clan city, the clan gradually declined. His descendants were unfilial and talented, only one son was left, and now there was only a young man left. This young man was spoiled, with a young master's temperament, he indulged in all sorts of things. After his parents died, every once in a while, he would rely on selling his ancestors' belongings to survive. But in a leaf festival, his fate took a turn. Many Wei clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang clan. Wei clan could be said to be Shang clan's puppet. To Shang Xinci, who was competing to become Shang clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.